Hello and welcome to the Betboom Universe Episode 1, where we have the best team from Europe all here to compete for their slice of the $100,000 prize pool. My name is Atomo, and joining me is Wingblade. How are you doing today, buddy?
I'm very happy to be here. I feel like this could very well be the best match in the entire tournament, and we get to cast it.
It's awesome that we get the best game. But yeah, today, the actual flow of the playoff, the group stage, eight teams and 4 teams go through the grueling group stage to make it. All 4 others were invited directly to the event. So we had stage. We had Alliance, Pro. Well, the invited teams are Entity, Tundra Esports, and Gamin Gladiators. By the way, they won the pre-tournament. So, Wingblade, tell me about this match. Which 2 teams are playing again?
It's going to be Entity against Alliance, and it's Alliance with S4, and that just makes me so happy as someone who's been around the Dota scene for a long time. Just to see S4 back in the Alliance jersey, it brings me a special kind of joy.
I enjoy seeing him, and he's doing pretty good. And this is going to be the playoff brackets. By the way, we have every one of the teams that made through the group stage is going to be going up against an invited team. So Alliance against Entity, Pro against Gamin Gladiators, Tundra Esports versus Hellraisers, and Team Spirit versus Orido Thunders. So out of these 2 matches, all of these 4, do you have Wingblade? Do you think any one of these matches is the closest, like the 2 teams where you think is going to be the most likely to go 2-1?
I think this one. For sure. I feel like Gamin Gladiators is going to be pretty darn favored against VP. And of course, you have Spirit against Orido. That should be a clean 2-0 as well. And then Tundra should be able to 2-0 Hellraisers too. But Entity Alliance? It could go either way.
Well, I gotta say, the odds do not agree with you. You know, the odds are heavily in favor of Entity. It's something like 5 times the chance that they're going to take the match. I don't think it's that one-sided, to be honest with you. I am, to be fair, a bit of a fan of Alliance. You know, I do like their coach quite a bit. I actually asked him before this match. I was like, "How are you preparing against Entity?" He says, "I can't tell you anything. We're not going to reveal any of our secrets." I was like, "All right, man." But yeah, I do think that it's going to be an match between the 2. I'm looking forward to seeing what S4 plays. He's been playing a lot of Centaur Warrunner. That's been pretty successful, hasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a few players that play it, and they play it really well. And then you have other players, like Shurgarat, for instance, who doesn't really play it at all and only plays the Zoo heroes. So it's still a player-dependent thingy, but Centaur looks really nice right now. And I think he's just the quintessential offlaner.
So what other heroes do you think that might be a little bit out of meta? I know I've seen Ponlo play a lot with the Hoodwink, but before that, I'll make all the viewers that if you guys want to sort of vote for which team you think is going to take this series, not just game 1 or game 2, but the entire series, you can write !E for !A Alliance. Wingblade, will you be writing any exclamation marks in the chat? Should I be looking forward to it or no need?
Let's see if I think about it 5 minutes from now.
Yeah, but yeah, I was thinking a lot of Hoodwink as a position for. Seems like it's one of his best heroes. What do you see that Alliance are playing that are unusual, or at least not completely in the meta?
I would like to see an S4 Brewmaster. He's played it recently, but he lost. I want to see him get his redemption. And I feel like Chuan, he plays some interesting mid heroes as well. He's one of the few players still playing Shadow Fiend mid and Sniper as well. And both those heroes tend to be played in the safe lane. So we'll see if he can bring something spicy like that. It helps to have Charlie as a carry because he can play heroes like Pudge and CK and Lycan. If you actually have the space to play more carry oriented.
Looks like too much time to go into what Entity likes to pick and ban. I think that one of the heroes that they banned the Naga Siren. I think that's also one of the heroes that is quite often. But with banning the Twin Protector, which teams like to play. I've seen play it. I've also seen Hanskin do really well with it. So is Undying is one of Fishman's most played heroes, second only to the Disruptor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and even Kataomi plays a good amount of Treant, so they can flex it. But Undying first phase ban, my goodness. This means that we could possibly see something like a Brute or a Clockwork, Death Prophet. This even Batrider, and that's one of Storm's scariest heroes as well. So I feel like this is already a really spicy opener, just because we see one different ban in the first phase. Insane. Could
Right?
this
It's
get
like,
any
oh my
more
God.
excited, Otomo? It's so exciting.
They banned out the set which we talk about. I know, right? Like both teams, it feels like it's not, you Broodmother and Tusk, and then it's like, oh, that's what those bans. But this time it's like, oh, it's not the same.
Yeah, madness. So Brood is in the pool. Bat, Rubik, Ember, Death Prophet, Beastmaster, Nature's Prophet. There's so many good heroes right now. What's Alliance gonna do? Are they gonna waste their reserve time on this? Oh my goodness.
From what I know, doesn't play Mother, and if I pool and he doesn't pick, kind of makes it like, do we take one of the best in the meta right now, or do we try to count? But it's a bit of an awkward situation to leave in the pool. It's just
S4 has a 100% win rate with Brood in this tournament. He's played it once, but still. This could be his continuation of the win streak.
Well, I mean, if it's picked once, then it looks pretty good, doesn't it?
So I wonder how Entity is going to respond to this. You could just pick something like Slug Crystal Maiden and just absolutely ruin his game. What we saw yesterday was a Leshrac Crystal Maiden picked into the Brute, and she couldn't get close to creeps at all. It was miserable. Of course, it was Manaspa, so they still threw the game, but the lane was really good.
I like how you say it's Monospa, so they still throw at the end. That's what they do, apparently. All right, Entity. So now that the Broodmother is being picked up, interesting, because again, it's not a hero that. I mean, for me at least, I didn't think that it's going to be something they're going to open up with. Entity, they go with the Pangolier, which I imagine is going to be, it could go to Storm, it could be, but it's a flexible hero for the mid or the off lane.
I don't think Toby is a big Pango player, so I would expect this to go to Storm. And I think Pango is one of the best picks against Brute, because at some point she's going to take over the safe lane, and Pango is just such a natural fit to rotate to that lane and protect the towers. And because he has a lot of AoE damage and physical AoE damage as well, the spiders can't really do anything. What's next?
Well, they'll go with, of course, Rubik was old. They're going to have to take it regardless. So that's going to be Katomi. Please, with Undying Gone, Disruptor, and Clock, because he plays the most. And of course, Alliance, they go with Chu and Spirit. So, off with two. Do you think that's a bit risky, or is it like, nah, it's fine?
For Brute, it's strong enough to be first faced, and I was going to suggest Ember for Alliance anyway, because they already see the mid matchup. And if you don't get specifically countered as an Ember, you're gonna have a great game. Like, I think Ember wins every single game where he's not like against a Huskar or an OD or a Necro. Just because the hero is so insane right now. Probably the strongest mid in a vacuum.
He's the strongest mid too. And some of the counters, I mean, I would think about would be, like the Silencer is one of them, Disruptor as well, which we've mentioned a bunch of times. Let's see, Ricky is in the pool. That's something Katomi plays, which could also catch the Ember off guard if you're standing right next to him. We'll see if that's something Entity wants to go for. They get rid of the Pudge. Does Alliance not know that Pure isn't playing for? Or is it? Or still Watson? Big hero.
Watson has played it. I think 3 times in the DPC, and they won all 3 of those matches. So it's worth a ban, I would say. And
there's Naga Siren that comes out. Actually, both of the carries pick it, both Watson as well as Charlie. So, but still, it's a hero that's I've always felt like Brute counters, because you can send the illusions, neutral out to the lane to push it out. It's just super annoying. See, they pawn those mirror. That does leave the hook, which can do a lot of damage in general to both the Pango and the Rubik.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it is a Ponlo Rubik as well. They have a bit of flexibility where Hansken and Ponlo both play it, which is very. I'm looking at the wrong team.
I know. I was like, Ponlo. I think Ponlo's on the other side, but maybe I'm the idiot.
But it's the same for Entity. Both Kataomi and Fishman play Rubik.
They're all the same player in the end, right? We have no. I
mean, all the supports are the same, you know.
Yeah, they all do this anyway. That's all they have to do.
All the players play all the heroes. It's fine.
Last ban here. Let's see. Slark is a hero that Watson also plays. So is Charlie's most played heroes, but they get just as with him, Wingblade. What are that happening? And it's Wingblade time what's going to happen.
So you want to ban a hero that's good against both Brood and Ember? But they already have their mid laner, so it's a bit weird. Probably gonna be a carry ban, depending on which carry entity wants to take, like some kind of bad matchup. Like if they wanna pick Drow, they're probably gonna pick Ursa or something like that. But you don't want to pick Drow against Brood. This is like some 5D chess going on.
I know, right? I'm waiting for you to tell me what's the band going to be. Come on, give it to me, buddy.
So they want to pick Monkey King.
Oh, nice.
And okay, they do ban the Ponlo Hoodwink.
Yeah,
I was too slow, my bad. And they pick Ricky.
Yep. We talked about this being a relatively decent counter against both the Ember and the in general, just because when you throw out the sleeping darts, I like it. I think it's a big alliance now. They both of their supports now. Maybe leave their carry pick for last. Ponlo, they kind of target him, right? Both the Hoodwink and the Miran are two he likes a lot. He has still the Primal Beast, the Tiny Dark Willow is another hero quite a lot. Shadow Shaman plus Tusk. These are all heroes that he still has in the pool, which he can go for. And for you, that you feel like hero he should go for?
I feel like a lot of his hero pool kind of sucks against Ricky. Maybe they could go for the Tiny. I think that's a decent hero, or maybe Clockwork.
I like the idea of both the Tiny and the Clockwork. I'm hoping he picks Shadow Shaman just because I love Shadow Shaman, but I don't think it's a good pick against both Rune and Ricky. And it's like it's not a good. I just like, but they go deep into their time. They take the Earth Spirit. Did not see coming. Very solid to get the Pango, right? Because the roll up takes about a second to do with your ultimate. Earth Spirit usually is able to use that time to get close and interrupt. You get that pick quite a lot.
Yeah, we're seeing it every once in a while now. I'm not fully convinced by it. I feel like Earth Spirit, while good in the mid game and good with his rotations, really messes up your lanes. Like if they had a different, maybe ranged position 4, I feel like they would be able to pressure the Brood lane quite nicely. But now with an Earth Spirit, it's really awkward. And then the Phoenix. Looks like it may be position 5 Phoenix for Hansken. They've done this a few times. It's nice to have a strength hero and not something too squishy that's just gonna die to Ricky Cloud and then like one core. But at the same time, Phoenix is quite vulnerable to being silenced. Then again, it always feels bad to play against Ricky, no matter which hero you have. So maybe the Phoenix is a good solution. So Entity now, they need their offlaner and they need their carry, most likely. Watson has a pretty deep hero pool, and it is gonna be the Watson Morphling. Okay. Interesting. So this is not usually a hero I think about when you have to lane against a brute. But maybe together with the Rubik, they can make it work.
5 seconds remaining. Entities turn to ban.
Alliance now banning out the Death Prophet. Which could be an offlane, could be a mid lane. I believe for Entity it's mostly Toby playing it. Stormer has played it twice as well. But it is mostly Toby. And then the Lycan ban for Entity. Which against most teams would be kind of a weird ban. Because Alliance already has their offlaner. But Alliance is one of the few teams that actually plays it in the safe lane as well for Charlie.
Sorry guys,
Welcome
had
back.
to reconnect. Yeah, hopefully it's a lot better now. I apologize for that. And yeah, I've seen Hanskin play a lot of Phoenix as well, and it's a good I like the Phoenix versus Morphling matchup. How do you feel about it?
I think it's pretty decent, especially if you have a hero like Earth Spirit on top of it. Yeah, I think it can work.
Do you think we're looking at a Earth Spirit with a Spirit Vessel?
I think that is very likely, indeed.
Well, it looks like we are going to have the off lane for Entity. Yeah, probably the off lane being last pick because they do ban the Darkseer as was the Death Prophet. Whereas Alliance, they have their carry last pick. Anything you're looking for? I'm kind of thinking it's going to be Ursa for Charlie. What do you think? How do you think about that?
I think it's just going to be something weird. I think Ursa is too basic.
What's wrong
It's
with
gonna
basic?
be like, I don't know, CK or Dusa. Oh no, jeez. Okay, never mind. Never mind. They just go for what's safe and what works. Oh, goodness, no.
Oh, wow! That's a Venomancer. Interesting. Blade. Did you see that? It's a Venomancer. There's a Venomancer in the game. Do you see that, Blade? Do you like it? I like it a lot.
And to believe I was excited for this series, and now I get backstabbed by Entity like this. Picking Venomancer, my goodness. I'll have to speak to Stormer after this game, because this is unacceptable.
I don't know. I don't like the Venomancer much either. I do think that it's a very odd last pick to have for your offlaner. I mean, I guess it does okay in the lane against Ursa, but I mean, if you get close to him, like Venomancer's good. And the voting is in. It's all in favor of Entity, 86%. Alliance only takes 14. Do you think that that's the odds of game one? Do you think Alliance only has a 4 chance to win? I feel like with that, it's a lot more.
I would definitely say that Entity is by far the better team, but I want to keep the Alliance hype alive, you know? And now Entity picked up a Venomancer as well, which looks really good in lane against Ursa, I'll be honest. But there is also this part in the game after the laning stage, and that's where Veno tends to struggle with like the, you know, destroying the enemy ancient kind of thing. So we'll see if they can make it work.
Yeah, right. That's what bad is doing the game of Dota. He's bad. Next stage he's okay, but after everything after that is kind of weak. And I will say it's not that bad of a lane. I guess he's up Nyx and Ursa, so you know it's okay. He might be able to keep his distance and run. It's not like a hard stun. He can just TP out. So it's fine, but I don't like Veno pick at all in general. I don't think that this is going to be the game where I'm like, oh my god, it's so good. Who's he paired up with? What did we see from? It's a Ricky, right? So it's a Ricky Veno lane. Got good slows, I guess. You know that's what. So what would you say? Are you banking on Alliance? Saying Alliance is going, or are you still with Entity because you think they're the better team?
I'm gonna still go with Entity. Can't bet against my boy Stormer.
All right. I like the loyalty. I like it. I'm going to go with Alliance. The odds slightly improved. By the way, guys, if you want put some odds, click on the down banner down below. $50 free bear for registering. And so mid lane to be Ember Spirit versus Pangolier. Anything interesting about this matchup that we haven't said before a million times?
No, not at all. Actually, we have 2 spirits on Alliance, so maybe we can see like some ganking shenanigans from Ponlo. I think it's unlikely, because ganking the mid is rarely ever done with Ponlo. Ooh.
What a good play, right? Look at that. I like that they just made sure to stand in front of him the whole time, and then they still managed to get the kill. He tried to get a good kickoff, but wasn't enough. And Ponlo, well, that wasn't a gank, but certainly not a good way. It's not a good way to start the game either.
It's one of the worst feelings in Dota, I think. When you play this roaming position 4, and your goal in the game is like to help out your mid laner because you're not that strong in a traditional laning stage, and then you go to a lane and you donate the kill to the enemy. It's one of the worst feelings. So let's see if we see any more rune action. First blood has already been spilled. Stormstormer going for the shield crash in, so he's gonna have a lot of damage reduction. No one's gonna dare to engage him. It looks like it's gonna be the basic Battle Fury build. No surprises there. We're gonna start out on the mid lane, which I think tends to be pretty even. Ember against Pungo, but Pungo this game is starting with first blood. That's quite a big deal. Getting that early bottle, it's really nice for Stormstormer. Let's see. We're gonna have to keep an eye on the top lane as well. Just to see how well this Morphling is able to do against the Broodmother. I don't think this is traditionally a lane that Morphling absolutely dominates, but together with the Rubik, he should be able to do quite well, especially because Alliance has an Earth Spirit here as well, which really isn't that strong of a lane support. And he's already getting boxed out of lane by Fishman, who picked up level 1 lift. That's something you don't see too often. Ponlo forced to use a salve already. Speaking about maybe having to use salves, Handskin got down to like 150 HP. But of course, he's gonna be fine. Level 1 Venno and Ricky are not super scary. Getting a bit low on his lane as well. Watson taking that value point in Adaptive Strike. It doesn't deal a ton of damage, but it's only 40 mana. Which is kind of insane in terms of damage per mana. We see a bit of an engagement on the bottom lane. Charlie being aggressive on Toby, and Toby taking a lot of damage here. But the Lion's not going to be able to keep going. And Ponlo once again super low, and this time he's out of salves. Of course, no Fate Bolt on Fishman just yet. S4 also needs to be a little bit careful. No lift for another 9 seconds. But S4 goes down to 19 HP. Potentially calculated, but still not very comfortable. Hello, Otomo. Welcome back. With Alliance. S4, he is gonna go down. Watson securing that kill here with his waveform picked up. That's not the dream start that the Alliance was hoping for. Giving the enemy first blood to the Pungo, then losing Brood in the top lane. At least it looks like they've been able to stop the Ursa from farming too much. Storm is quite low. He still has sticks though. He should be fine. And Chiwan is completely out of mana as well, so Stormstormer should be absolutely fine in this lane. Curious to see what Watson is gonna go for this game. Would expect something like a Manta against Ember and Earth Spirit, but you never know with Morphlings. Probably not a Linken's, I suppose. Kataomi completely out of mana, but Charlie doesn't really want to go. It looks like most of these Venos these days are going for the double Wraith Band and QW max build for maximum pressure on the heroes in the lane, as opposed to the Ward max, which is more focused on pushing the lane, taking creeps, pushing the tower. And Charlie is getting quite low. Kataomi engaged upon as well. Fire Spirits coming out from Hanscan. Kataomi getting very low, but so is Hanscan, and he already used his dive. Kataomi going back in, has to be careful. Fairy Fire popped. Both teams playing on the edge here.
Hola, I'm back after an internet situation. I'm very sorry to everyone involved in this, but can you catch me on the lane stage going? Looks like at least middle is going pretty good for Alliance, but the other two lanes not so much, especially S4. And yeah, speaking of S4, that 100% win rate on Broodmother looking a bit tough right now in Blade.
Yeah, S4 has been struggling in this top lane. And interestingly enough, Fishman went for a lift level 1 and was just running down the Earth Spirit throughout the lane.
Oh, I think he took it because they needed to get the first kill on Pongo, right? And that went out pretty well for them.
Yeah, I guess that is a good point. Charlie does have his Ring of Health now, so he should have a bit more fun, but I don't think Ring of Health is enough to survive Veno Harass.
So
we'll see if he can make it work.
I think one of the issues having the Broodmother with the Earth Spirit is that, I mean, Broodmother needs a few levels to be completely independent, but Earth Spirit really wants to roam early, so it kind of becomes like, it's a tough situation for S4 to be in.
Yeah, for sure. Both Brood and Earth Spirit really need levels, and we actually see a ball coming out from Stormstormer, but it looks to be partially defensive.
Working for them. S4, again, his life is very low. Go down the path. Although Watson, he still wants the waveform, and it looks like he will not punish S4 for that. S4, though, still very low in terms of health. And he is slipping in terms of... Now, I didn't like the Venomancer pick, but at least it's working out better than the Broodmother.
Yeah, so far. I do think that Brood later in the game is a bit stronger, but Toby is gonna get the kill on Hanscan finally. He was running around with such low HP for such a long time. Eventually, Fate catches up with him.
I think that's always the life of the Phoenix. Until you get Frankel with you, you're always going to have low health. And I just feel like it's up to Chien to make something happen right now, because he's the only pro on his team who's cracking the top 4. He's a really, really good time ahead of the Pangolier.
Poor Charlie, he's forced to go jungle 7 minutes with just a Ring of Health, as opposed to Watson, who's having the time of his life right now.
You know who's not having a good time? It's Pongo. One more hit. Starstormer gets the kill, and the tick even comes out to poor old Pongo. And in the meantime, Katomi goes to the mid lane. He's going to be able to get all that free XP as well. While Starstormer rotates around the map. It's looking pretty rough for a lot. Identity right now.
Yeah, for sure. They looked so dominant in the group stages, but Entity is a step up, perhaps.
But to be fair, also beat Hellraisers in the group stage, and so there is nice thing change here. Vitran here, I think he has a remnant he can jump to if he wants to. There you go, goes for it, but can't get the ruin in the meantime. So Stormstormer gets a ace ruin, Chain's forced to go back to base just to regenerate. Asking the bomb lane, but he's gonna be alright here. So he sees it. He's gonna go. The slow doesn't land. The Phoenix didn't make it out, and it looks like it's gonna be really tough for him to make out this one. So just a couple of rolls and gets the kill. And that's a triple kill for the Pangolier at the start of the game. You know, Pongo can roll out. He does. Oh god, on the skin of his teeth.
Just 10 HP. This Earth Spirit really hasn't done anything in this game just yet.
Well, Katomi, he's going to be low health, but he's going to be fine. And yeah, it's nice for Katomi, right? Just go mid lane, survive. You have good armor, decent regen. You can touch the Ember Spirit, but I hear you. It does feel like it's just a lot easier to be the Ricky this game so far.
Yeah, this is before the shard even. I don't know. I have my doubts about Earth Spirit, but maybe Ponlo can prove all of us wrong.
Well, at least one person is proving us wrong so far. It's Toby on the Venomancer.
Never refuse go. Give it. That should help.
He's having a good amount of fun in this bottom lane.
There we go. Friend gets a kill. He's level 9. They're trying to go. Oh, they are going to go for a kill on Stormstorm, but nice jump in for damage. Dr. Paulo's going to be losing his life again. Very fortunate right now. And Entity 7 kills unanswered by Alliance right now.
Yeah, just a 2k lead, but still significant. Stormstormer working his way towards the Diffusal Blade. He is having a pretty nice game so far. So it's 2-1 though.
He is the only one who's having a really good time, but will he still have a good time? Nope, not anymore, because he does get his first death on the board. Watson gets that kill, and 5,400 net worth in the 10-minute mark. Pretty fantastic laning phase for him. And of course, a couple of kills on top of it. Nothing to complain about.
Yeah, I may have jinxed 2-1 there.
I think you definitely did. I think that's the only way to do that. So, alright, I gotta ask you, Blade, when does it get better for Alliance? Does the supports getting level 6 make a big difference in this situation?
I think level 6 on the support is a big one for sure.
Say Pansy can actually reach level 6. It's probably going to be falling in this fight, but they bring down Toby, and they do. Nice trade for Alliance. That first kill on the very far Venom Pansy. Going for Toby. He's not yet level 6. Have the Invis, and he's going to line as well. So Ember Spirit getting them on the board with a double kill. Much. And Watson's taking some damage as well, but I don't think they have enough silence or damage to bring him down. He just walks out pretty fine.
I think Alliance just needs to bide their time. They need S4 to whittle down this top tier 1. They need Battle Fury on Ursa. They need level 6 on the supports. And then they can start making plays. While Entity, they're completely ready to fight. They're ready to farm. They have everything they would need.
And it's a nice counter, the Pangolier to the Broodmother, right? Push top lane, you have some Spirelings, and then Pangolier clears them out, farms up as well, and he's just going to be fine. So a tough game for S4. Yeah, that Centaur War on their band, I think it really hurt them. You know, it's like they kept the Broodmother, Alliance felt forced to take it, but as I think we mentioned this, but even though S4 has 100% win rate, it's only one game. I think they banned it like 14 out of the last games the last 15 games they play. It's just not an S4 hero, from what I can tell at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we spoke about it in the draft. It's just so nice for this Pango to rotate to the top lane, defend the tier 1, get the extra gold from the Spiderlings, and he's never really under any threat, because he can just roll away if things get too dicey.
Oh well, another small CM. It's taking a lot. He's making out this one, and Watson kills him again. It's the enemy, the kid is actually active. He's actually going for one and gets it for his team. You know, trouble Watson. I transformed his spirit, but I think he's with mana. Chase after it, but it's not going to be. But he gets another kill on the board. 2 even. It's looking pretty rough, Winged Blade.
For sure. Watson making this Morphling look so darn good. Just morphing into the Ember Spirit any chance he gets. And Morphling is so good against Ember Spirit because Ember Spirit is so good against Ember Spirit. Because Ember Spirit relies on jumping around with remnants, but having a reliable route with the Searing Chains from Ember Spirit is such a good counter against Ember Spirit.
Right, well, I'm going to try and reconnect for a different call. Hold on a sec.
It's a very dead handskin. And the tier 1 as well. Now a 5k lead. Alliance does manage to get the top tier 1, which is very nice. But it took them long enough, my goodness. When you're playing Brood and you get the tower at 14 minutes, that's a sign that things aren't going exactly your way. Alliance is closing in on this. Charlie is closing in on this Battle Fury. But he's already more than 2k behind Watson. I'm not sure if the Battle Fury is gonna allow him to suddenly outfarm a Morphling that's so far ahead of him. We do see a nice Earth Spirit roll in, and with the chains they should have enough damage to take down Stormstormer, and they do. So that's a nice 650 gold going the way of Ponlo. That is a bit sad though. You would have much preferred seeing that on either the Brute or the Ember Spirit. Hansken, now level 6 on his Phoenix. We haven't seen an egg yet, but this seems like kind of a difficult game to get off a good egg. Because there is a Ricky that can just put down the cloud when you're low, and of course, Morphling has a ton of attack speed right now. So we'll see if Hansken can do it. Ponlo closing in on a Spirit Vessel. I guess that is a nice thing about him getting the kill gold. The Toby, he's looking for blood right now. Fishman close on his heels. Searing Chain stolen by Fishman. Ponlo going for the roll away. It's not gonna work. Can he deny himself to neutrals? No, he cannot. So Ponlo goes down. Toby claims that one. Already has Guardian Greaves up. Gonna be going for 4-Step next. Gonna be very hard for either the Brute or the Ursa to get a lot of damage done. Q1 now working towards his BKB, which is severely needed in this game. With the amount of magic disables, like the Lift and the Smoke Cloud. Speaking about the Smoke Cloud, that's a dead Phoenix. Kataomi gonna claim that one, and it looks like Entity may be going into Roche. And already a 92% win probability in favor of Entity. Maybe the chat was right. This Roche is gonna be dropping pretty quickly. It's not the best Roche lineup right now because Stormstormer doesn't have his passive maxed just yet, but with the straight up physical damage from the Morphling, they're gonna be taking this down pretty quickly. And S4, he is stuck between a rock and a hard place right now, going for the fancy footwork, and he has a lot of feet, going for the mech as well. I don't think he's getting out of this one. And Stormstormer is gonna claim that one, so another kill and an Aegis going the way of Entity. They should be able to claim this tier 1 without any kind of defense as well. But at the same time, Alliance does manage to get the tier 1 bottom as some sort of trait. My goodness, almost 11,000 net worth on this Morphling at 17 minutes. I wonder if that is some kind of record. Just a 6k gold lead though, it's not insurmountable. Sleep Dart now out, and I can see Hansken being in a lot of trouble here. He has the dive, can he get it off? He definitely cannot. Watson is gonna claim that one as well, and he almost has a Satanic already, my goodness. I feel like Alliance may have to ban this Watson Morphling in the next game. Now Ponlo gonna be going down as well. So it's just a feed train from Alliance. Tier 2 falling as well, which means that the outpost could be claimed by Entity, and Alliance is gonna lose even more map control. Just looking at the map, where can Alliance farm now? They have this Battle Fury Ursa, but I'm not sure where he can even go. They could farm Triangle, but that's kind of all they have for 3 heroes. Already working towards the BKB. That's gonna be absolutely necessary for them to have even a tiny chance in these fights. Looks like Alliance maybe gathering up for something, but I'm not sure which hero they can actually kill right now. Maybe they could kill the Rubik? But even the Ricky is a difficult kill, and Entity is gonna go for a smoke of their own. Let's see what the Alliance can find here. They're running into a jungle without vision. Ooh, an Entity is gonna find Alliance. Sleeping Guard coming out. He doesn't have the greed just yet. Just a mech, so he's just gonna explode. That's a kill going towards Fishman. It's boring giving all of the kills to Watson. Might as well give one to Fishman. He's worked hard for it. Voice staff is up on Toby, so it's gonna be very hard to deal with him. The annoying little poison snake. G1 is getting very close to his BKB though. Just 2 or 3 more minutes and he is gonna have it. I feel like that's a trend for Alliance. They're getting close to BKBs and now Pomlo is gonna be going down as well. Once again, another kill going the way of Watson. And Alliance, they really need those BKBs and then they need some kind of miracle fight. Stormer, he has his shot, now working towards Asher. Charlie popping the ulti. He's completely out of mana now and Toby is completely fine. He doesn't even care, didn't even have to pop his Greaves. Now pops his ulti, so we're gonna see a lot of damage onto Q1. Fishman was very low as well. Charlie is gonna fall to Stormer. Uses his shard. Is he gonna be fine here? I'm not sure he is. And he is gonna go down. All things considered, that's not a bad trade for Alliance. One low. Rolling in, but he isn't gonna find anything. Kataomi puts him to sleep. It looks like that's gonna be the end of the fight. Entity maybe getting a little bit over-aggressive there. In an even game, you would be like, oh, they traded their mid for a carry. That's like pretty much even, but trading Stormer for Charlie is definitely a good trade in this game. Watson has his Satanic now already, now working towards an Aghanims. As if the Ursa wasn't struggling just enough yet. Q1 popping out right before he could be put to sleep. I don't think Ponlo is going to be as lucky. Gets slowed up inside the smoke cloud and down he goes once again. Toby just casually strolling down the mid lane. He knows that Alliance doesn't really have any stuns in their lineup, so he can just do whatever he wants. The closest thing Alliance has to lockdown is the Searing Chains, and he can just dispel those with his Greaves. The Toby can be as aggressive as he wants, and win probability is looking pretty damning for Alliance. G1, he has his BKB, so he may have to use it here. So that's a 9-second BKB used by G1, with just the sleep dart being committed. Watson feels untouchable this game, but Charlie does have his BKB now, so they could try to go for a move, but even with this Charlie BKB, I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough. It's just looking like it's gonna be high ground defense central for Alliance, because they can't really leave their base. Kataomi looking for trouble, and Stormer as well with his Invis Boon, but he is in vision. He can try to make something happen, but as we mentioned, they don't really have any good stuns. It's gonna be Ponlo going down first with a roll from Stormer. They find S4. He has Greaves now, so he's gonna get out. Nice double chain. Entity just isn't taking any damage, and we see the root back onto Q1, and he doesn't have his BKB yet, so he is gonna go down. He pops his BKB and does manage to take down both Toby and Fishman. This could be a nice fight for Alliance after all, and Watson needs to be careful, doesn't have his waveform yet. Could he be going down here? The answer is yes. Charlie, with his fresh BKB, manages to get a triple kill. So it's a 3-4-2 in favor of Alliance. That wasn't on my bingo card. Chat told me Alliance was terrible. Roche isn't gonna be up just yet, but this is definitely a sign of life for Alliance. Entity overextending just a little bit there. S4 now working towards a pipe. He's starting to become a bit more annoying now that he has Greaves. Charlie has a Blink Dagger now as well, so they could potentially turn up the aggression just a little bit. If they can maybe get some support pickoffs with this Ursa. And Toby almost has his pipe finished. I don't think this is the most important item, but it's definitely going to be quite nice. Just reducing the damage from most of the Alliance heroes even further. It's just really the Ursa being a threat on Alliance's side. Because if he gets the time to hit, he can kill a Morphling. Even if it does take some time. We see another smoke coming out from Alliance. They have all of their ultis except for the Supernova. And all the BKBs are ready as well. Can they make something miraculous happen once again? Roche isn't going to be up, but neither team knows this. And we see a Sleep Dart coming out onto the Phoenix. He already took so much damage just from a Sleep Dart and Swashbuckle. Alliance, they can't find the engagement here. Just so annoying. Engaging into all of these Plague Wards. What can they do here on Alliance's side? They took a good fight, but I don't think they're in the clear just yet. Entity still leading by quite a large margin. Especially this Watson Morphling. Roche gonna be up in 1 minute from now. Charlie actually gets himself a gem, which is gonna be very nice. Clearing out those wards, as well as seeing the Ricky. I think this is a pretty good call by Alliance. Stormstormer going for the Swashbuckle, not gonna find anything though. S4 just doing Brute Mother things, being so annoying.
Radiant are scanning.
We see a scan coming out as well. And Watson, he's like, you guys have fun contesting the Roche. I'm just gonna farm jungle. True carry player there. Ooh, and we finally see an engagement. Insatiable Hunger popped by S4. Trying to kill Toby, but he is so tanky with these Greaves and his Hood. Stormstormer going in with the roll now. Can they finish off the Phoenix? Yes, no egg coming out in this fight. And the chase is on. I want to see if they can find Ponlo as well. But Charlie, he goes back in. Fishman has a Ghost Scepter though. It's going to be completely fine. And now Charlie is in a rough position. Has to pop the BKB defensively. He's going to go for the TP, but it's not going to work. There is a Basher on Stormstormer. So they take down Charlie without much issue, really. And now Roche is up. This is going to be a free Roche for Entity, with the Ursa being morphed into as well. So he can just use the Fury Swipes. This Roche is just going to melt. It's going to be a free shard as well. He's going to take it. Looks like it is going to be the Veno shard. So the Poison Snake gets extra annoying. Kataomi already looking for kills here, because they did get the gem. They just need a single sleeping dart on pretty much any hero and they could die. G1 working towards an Aghanim Scepter, but it's been so hard for this Ember to have any impact on the map. Because he knows that he can get taken down even with his BKB now that the Basher is out. And the moment he sees Stormstormer, he just has to Remnant out. Feels like Alliance is being choked all over the map. They can defend, they can maybe find some kills here and there, but ultimately nothing is stopping this Morphling from just farming the entire map and becoming an unstoppable force. Now all 3 entity cores are ahead of their alliance counterparts, and by quite a bit in fact. Charlie working towards a basher. It's still quite far away, and Kataomi, he's scouted S4, but no entity heroes are close to help him out.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
S4 running into the trees. He's getting blocked. He has to know it, but what can he do? And Watson is running in. There we have the sleeping guard. S4 is quite tanky, so this is not going to be a quick and easy kill. It looks like it is going to be a kill nonetheless. It's another one on the board for Watson. This took a lot of time though, which means that both Charlie and Chiwan are farming.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Outpost being taken back by Alliance, which is certainly nice. But Watson has a DD in his bottle as well, and that is terrifying.
Top tower is under attack.
Even the backdoor protection doesn't bother him at all. Doesn't even pop the DD. Finally does pop the DD, and now the tower just gets removed with the Titan Sliver as well. So even more base damage. Status resist, magic resistance, and they're gonna see if they can kill this Ember. With some chain stun, but Stormstormer decides it isn't worth it, because Watson is just hitting the tier 3 top. Just one more hit and it's gonna go down. Finally utilizing their Aegis. 2 minutes left. S4 is in quite deep, but he isn't the ideal target. But nonetheless, with this DD rune, Watson just blows him up. That's S4 down once again. Charlie trying to go in, but it's just so difficult. He's getting kited left and right, and at the same time, Hansen already dies. They are gonna be able to kill Kataomi though, but combo falls in the process. And Charlie, without BKB, without ulti, is just gonna die, and GG is called. Entity stomp Alliance into the ground. Back to Division 2 you go, boys. Pretty darn decisive victory from Entity. You know, I was very hopeful going into this series because in the group stages, Alliance looked like the best team by far. I was like, you know, maybe this new lineup, they got some things going for them. Maybe they can show what they're made of against these big, strong Division 1 teams. But so far, it looks like they haven't been able to quite crack the code just yet. Of course, it is worth noting that Alliance, you know, they're a new team, while Entity has been around for quite a while. And of course, Entity did change their player from Pure to Watson, so that takes some adjusting to. As a lineup, they've been together for far longer, while Alliance is a really new lineup, so it's no surprise that there are maybe a few kinks that need to be worked out. But damn, there is definitely a difference in level of play between Entity and Alliance. Just look at this Watson Morphling, 15-1 and 5, 28k damage, 700 plus GPM and XPM. That is pretty insane. I mean, I know who's gonna get my MVP vote for this game. Yep. Although I think Kataomi on the Ricky and Toby on the Venomancer played really admirably as well. Like, a reason why Watson had so much space was because Toby was just being a pain in the ass in this bottom lane, just pushing out lanes, forcing Ursa to go jungle. And a lot of the kills he had were because Kataomi kept finding the poison darts. So yeah, Entity, they look really strong in this first game, and I thought that this might be one of the best matches for this tournament, because I was so convinced that Alliance could do it. And maybe they still can. Of course, this is just game 1 in a 3-game series. So we're going to be going into a little break. We're going to see if we can find a second caster, so the poor analyst doesn't have to do the entire cast by his lonesome. And when we get back, we'll bring you game number 2 in the series between Entity and Alliance. So stay tuned, and we will be back. things have definitely happened in the past, and we are back into the game. Alliance, gonna be skipping the Brute this game. I spoke highly of S4's Brute before, 100% win rate in this tournament. It's no longer 100% win rate. He didn't have a lot of impact last game, unfortunately. So Alliance, they're just gonna be going for the safe pick in the Rubik. And Entity, they're gonna be responding with another Ricky, and this time they get the Mirana as well. Interesting. So it looks like it's probably gonna be Kataomi on the Rick and Fishman on the Mirana. Maybe they're gonna do
10 seconds remaining.
that. Seems like the most logical approach here.
5 seconds remaining.
A little bit of information for you guys. We're still trying to figure out the technical issues that have been plaguing Otomo for the past few, I don't know, minutes, hours. So he might join me in the middle of the cast, he might not, and then we'll see. We'll make do with what we have right here, which is just big old Wingblade, trying to bring you as much of the commentary and analysis as I can do by myself. So Alliance, they're taking their time as well on the second pick. I don't know. And they're gonna be going for the Pangolier now. So they're like, hey, the lineup you picked last game, I think we will take it. So they're gonna be picking the Pango up for themselves. I'm interested to see what Stormer is gonna pick up against this, because Alliance went for the Ember Spirit last game, which in the mid lane, and all things considered, worked reasonably well. So Entity might do it for themselves. I don't think Ember Spirit is Storm's favorite hero though. Like, he does play it, but compared to like his Pango, his Invoker, his Batrider, I wouldn't say it's one of his big comfort heroes. So we might just see Ember Spirit be completely ignored in this drafting phase, which would be interesting. And Alliance, they're like, nah, we don't want to play against Stormer Invokers. Hey, they just ban it out. And that's one thing I love about Dota. Even when you have this meta that's pretty firmly set at this point, you still have these players like Stormer that play such specific heroes that no one else really plays, but that are still worth banning. So Stormer, Invoker, Wish, Tinker, Desire, Primal Beast, you know, all of these hero combos that you usually don't see. It's certainly one of my favorite things about Dota. The opportunity to be creative. An Entity, they're gonna be banning out the Nature's Prophet, so we're not gonna see a Charlie Prophet, because I do think it's mostly Charlie playing it. I don't think it's a true S4 hero. I do remember him playing it like years ago, but I don't think it's his kind of style. It's like way too greedy. And Alliance, they're gonna ban out Watson's Bloodseeker. I think Watson is one of the tougher heroes to, tougher players to ban heroes against, because he has such a wide pool of carries he can play. And every single time I see him on a carry, I'm like, ah, that's like one of his signatures. But that is the case for like Slark, Terrorblade, Nature's Prophet, Morphling, Pudge, Lina, Drow, Naga, Monkey King, Marcy, Templar Assassin. I have way too few fingers to point out all of the heroes that he's good on. So Entity, they're gonna ban out Terrorblade as their 5th ban and then pick up the Death Prophet. That looks like more of an S4 hero to me. Oh, never mind. Wrong team once again. That looks like a Toby hero to me. Stormer can play it, but I don't think it's a real Stormer hero. And Alliance, they quickly respond with an Omni Knight and a Drow Ranger. So I am perplexed by the fact that Omni Knight is making a resurgence in this meta, because I think that hero is so shit. Like, he's not super strong in lane, he's very slow, he's very one-dimensional, but I guess his ulti against certain heroes like the Death Prophet is just so good. I think it's less good against
Radiant
a few other carries like Ursa. Oh my goodness.
consider
We'll
that
get
the
back
best
to
player.
this. They pick up a Tinker on Entity. Okay. So that is going to be the Stormer response to this Pango. I think it actually looks like a pretty decent Tinker game so far. They just have the Pango to try and get on top of the Tinker. And Tinker against Omni Knight, Rubik, Drow is just so good. Because these heroes don't get on top of you, and they don't really have any way to mitigate the rockets and laser spam either. So this Tinker pick, we spoke briefly about Wish's Tinker, but Storm's Tinker I think is pretty good as well. Now we naturally see the Batrider being banned out. Maybe the hardest Tinker counter in the game. Because from the moment that you get a BKB, you can just pop BKB, run over to the Tinker, and there is no escape. If he tries to go for a TP, you lasso him. Otherwise, it's not even necessary. And Alliance, they're gonna be banning out the Void, which is another classic combo together with the Tinker. And of course, that's another classic Watson signature hero. So what else do they need to ban? From his heroes, I guess. They need a hero that can lane together with a Mirana up against some unspecified offlaner plus Rubik. What would they want? I mean, it's together with a Mirana, so it would make sense if they picked a melee carry. And I feel like something like a Pudge would be really nice, actually. Just some kind of tanky carry hero that you can put in front of a tower, and that's gonna be fine. And then you can have the Tinker dealing the damage. Alliance hasn't fully figured it out just yet, using the final remainder of their reserve time on this. They probably already know which offlaner they want to pick. Which S4 hero is still in the pool. I would quite like to see... I was gonna say his Centaur, but that got first banned. So maybe his Mars? Mars looked really nice in this game. It's a way to catch the Tinker. It's a natural BKB buyer. They could go for Beastmaster as well, I suppose. But the Lions are gonna be banning out the Ursa. And Entity is going to ban out the Leshrac. Interesting. I can't say I was expecting them to pick a Leshrac, because I would expect this Pango to go mid.
10 seconds.
So I don't think S4 plays too much Pango. But again, what do I know? Just 2 seconds left for Alliance to make their final pick. They need an offlaner for S4, and it's gonna be the Underlord. Okay, he's played it a few times in this tournament and in the DPC as well, and it's been looking quite good. I don't believe he is lost with this one yet. He's quite good against Ricky, quite good against Mirana, quite good against Tinker. It looks pretty okay.
5 seconds.
So what is Entity gonna pick to contend with this? They could pick the Monkey King. I think that would work really nicely. You have a way to get on top of the Drow. You should be able to destroy the Underlord in lane. Could go for the Morphling again if they want to. I don't think it's as good of a Morphling game. But he just looked so darn good last game. But my money would be on the Monkey King or the Pudge, one of those two. I think Pudge works okay against Underlord as well. The Slark is still in the pool too. And that looks really nice here actually. But it is gonna be the Monkey King. Okay. So that's the two lineups. I have to say, I am quite surprised by what these teams are bringing here. I wasn't expecting an Omni or an Underlord or a Tinker, really. So Alliance, they switch things up. Let's see if it's going to be enough to take Entity to a deciding game number 3, or if this is just going to be another beatdown like last game. So Tinker, I guess he's just gonna go for the standout items with the Shiva's overwhelming blink, that kind of stuff. I'm not sure if Stormstormer has played Tinker recently. I don't think he has. Because I used to be on a team with Stormstormer like years ago, like 2-3 years ago, when he was still like in the shit tier together with me instead of actual major qualifying tier 1 teams. And he used to play a really mean Tinker back in the day. Let's see if he's lost his charm or if he still has what it takes. I do hope that S4 is going to do a bit better on his lane this time. But once again, he's been given a laning matchup that really doesn't favor him. Like, if I pick Underlord, Monkey King is definitely high on the list of heroes that I don't want to play against, together with like Slark and Ursa, because you're so slow. You're just so terribly slow. You have pretty high HP, but the Monkey King is just gonna tear through that. And if Monkey King has like an Orb of Venom and boots, he can just chase you from tower to tower, and you really can't pressure him at all. It does help to have a Rubik who can like pick up the Monkey King and then place him somewhere else, which is nice. But I don't think it's gonna be enough to really win that lane. So the best they can do is like try to farm. But all things considered, I think this is another pretty big entity draft win. So let's see if we're gonna have any spicy action in the time before the horn. Doesn't look like it just yet. At least Ponlo hasn't died. And we don't have an Earth Spirit. Instead, we have a Rubik, which I think is a bit stronger. Both teams spamming out the memes. Oh, that, like, B-brand Shrek is absolutely terrifying. We have the nice S4 head as well. Let's see. Looks like both teams are pretty content to just get the 2 bounty runes.
Battle begins.
Looks like that is indeed going to be the case. It's gonna be a Pungal against the Tinker mid, which I think is still a pretty even matchup. Like, Stormstormer should be able to deal a good amount of damage and secure all the range creeps with his laser. But it's a Pungo, you know? I feel like Pungo is just so matchup independent. Like, he doesn't care at all which hero he's playing against, because he can just use his spells to get CS, then get a bottle to nullify any kind of harassment on himself, and then just go gank when he hits level 6. He is a very active mid, but still just so boring on lane. Stormstormer hits his level 2, now he's gonna spam out missiles. But yeah, not a lot of action gonna be going on there. And Alliance already trying to pull the waves. I think that's exactly what they need to do. Because this is such a terrible matchup for an Underlord, so all you can try to do is make sure that you don't actually have to be in the matchup and just pull the creeps to behind your tower and just have a good time. Ooh, but speaking about having a good time, Ponlo is certainly not having one. The Hanskin is getting super low as well. Is there another pounce? There is! An entity. They once again start off the game with 2 kills in the side lane. That is not what Alliance was hoping for. You pick Omni Knight to have like a really stable matchup with no deaths and just... Oh, feels bad. Feels bad for sure. Already a 1k gold lead at 2 minutes. I'm curious to see how Alliance is going to approach this, because they don't exactly have heroes that gank easily, but ooh, Stormstormer getting quite low here. So is Chuan. But of course, they can just both get the water runes in the river and heal back to full. So it was almost spicy, but not quite. Let's see if Otomo can join us. Hey Tomo, you there?
Hey, buddy. I think I'm here. How are you?
I am doing pretty well. We have some interesting picks in this game. I wasn't expecting a Tinker or an Underlord coming out, really.
Or an Omni Knight for that matter. That's another interesting hero to see for sure.
Yeah, I feel like this Omni Knight was picked in response to a Death Prophet, because it is so good against the ulti, and Death Prophet doesn't ever want to buy Nullifier. And it was extra good because Entity already picked 2 of their supports, which means that they can't pick up something like an Oracle or Shadow Demon to get rid of all the Omni Knight spells. But so far it hasn't really been working out for them, with Omni Knight already falling once in this bottom lane.
It's probably likely that we'll see the sports actually scepter, right? At least on Katomi.
I guess it is an option. Buying Yules just for the dispel is kind of awkward though. Because in essence you still save the enemy hero for 2.5 seconds. But we'll see.
I mean, it's possible. It's not bad if you can remove Heavenly Grace and Guardian Angel in one go. But either way, game 2, Entity starting off strong, similar to game 1 with a couple of kills on their belt already.
Ooh, Stormstormer, he's gonna get the rune. I don't think this is a fight Chiwan really wants to take without any kind of mana. Even buying the early raindrops against the missile spam. Both mid laners actually buying the raindrops. Interesting. Oh, Stormstormer already hitting level 5. This laser's gonna hit so darn hard. Just look at the damage.
It's definitely for the Pangolier, unfortunately. And he's going to come online because you have Drow Lord, so at least, I mean, Drow is definitely not going to be rotating much, and Underlord, he has a global presence, but that's it.
Is he just gonna... Yeah, it looks like he's just running back to base. Like, I don't want to deal with this. Watson? Trying to get the Jingo stacks, but misses his stun. That is double awkward. Not only is he missing out on the damage, but this also means that he's not gonna lifesteal back to full HP. This leaves him in a bit of a precarious position, because Underlord Rubik does have a lot of magic damage. If he doesn't have anything more than like 300 HP, he could be in trouble. Speaking about being in trouble, Dolby getting really low here. He doesn't have siphons anymore.
So it's a lot of slows, the Drow and the Omni Knight, and the damage adds up as well. So Toby, he's going to have to be a bit careful now, like you mentioned, because he's out of spin. He's going to be out for a long time.
Not this time.
Hansken running around with such low HP though. This is a bit spooky. He's already died once. Don't die again, Hansken.
I think that's pretty much the plan. Your Omni Knight died. Once Jiren hits level 6, I think that's when we're going to see rotations, but on top lane, looks like he's going to be fine. Definitely not have the best performance in the previous game. Watson moving into S4, but Watson's in trouble. He has a Jingo stack available, but not enough to heal him. He does lose his life. He might be losing his life as well. S4. Woof. Paul likes to get the double kill.
Yeah, Polno just fully redeemed himself, getting the double kill. I spoke about how unfavorable this matchup was for Alliance, but they managed to take down the Monkey King. You cannot underestimate the damage of an Underlord Rubik.
Hansken gonna go for a couple of hits here on Toby, but Hansken might be the one who loses his life, and yep, the Spirit Sack is still very damaged, it's still very painful. And Katomi, is he gonna be okay? Actually, is the one who should be worried about is Charlie here. Charlie looks like he's gonna be losing his life under the Katomi game. Position 4s, getting double kill the first 6 minutes of the game.
Yeah, that was a very nice play by Entity, recognizing that they could absolutely dive the Drow there. So I don't think... Ooh, we see a big arrow. They're gonna find a return kill for Watson.
Kill as well on S4 to be able to heal up thanks to the Jingo Mastery. It's a bit of a better start this game, but now if Watson has anything to say about it, 3 stacks, 4 stacks, that's it. And the arrow, actually nice down low. wait for the boundless strike there, so Palma makes it out alive.
But he's still gonna go. They're gonna have a
Check out that
boundless
ward.
strike soon. Ponlo isn't
It's,
exactly tanky.
Do you see that ward that comes out? It's in a very interesting spot. It can spot the secret shop, but it doesn't give other vision. Of course, it's unlikely to be dewarded as well. What do you think of wards like that?
I love them. I love seeing creativity in the warding because everyone dewards like the cliff wards and the wards that people invented because people kept dewarding the cliff wards. But this is like a third tier of warding.
Watson thrown back in, taking a lot of damage. When we get the Mastery off, he does get it, gets the boundless strike as well, but doesn't heal that much. Arrow comes out, hits Pondo in the butt, and looks like Watson, he's gonna lose his life. Wow, cheering from downtown, he gets the kill. Pondo, low health, and actually makes it out alive. Great rotation by the Pangolier, keeping his Rubik alive and getting 2 kills as well.
Yeah, that was a bit of an uncharacteristic mistake by Watson. His entire creep wave died, so they just went for the Firestorm. And with Rubik lifting the Monkey King back in, that is a lot of damage. Like Monkey King, he has a decent amount of tankiness and lifesteal, but tanking a full Firestorm like that is not something he can easily do.
I mean, it's percentage damage, so it remains relevant the entire game. And as for, you're talking about him tanking, he tanks the gank. You know, keeps his team. I think that's worth it though. If they can bring down the top tier 1, it's not bad if you can get a couple rotations and bring down the tower. But looks like it might get denied if Watson has anything to say about it.
Very nice rotations by both of the mid laners and Stormstormer. He's gonna have his Blink Dagger at like 10 minutes, which is terrifying.
Yeah, and their catch for the Tinker is, I mean, finding him is one problem, and then locking him down. But Watson, he's gonna get in trouble right now himself. He gets rolled lands, and looks like there's really no way for him to make it out alive. Or what is he really gonna be able to just walk out of there? Stormstorm shows up in time. It's Paulo who dies. What the hell is that? And Julian looks like that's what's gonna lose his life. And the arrow lands, and it's gonna be triple kill for Storm. Wingblade, how the hell did he survive?
I have no idea. I thought he was already dead, and then he wasn't, and he jumped back, and Alliance, they tried to snipe him in the trees, but he was already long gone. And what a perfect timing for Stormstormer to reveal his Blink Dagger. Like, that is just insane. You get a triple kill with the Blink Dagger reveal. Like, if he missed like 3 more creeps in the laning stage, he wouldn't have gotten that kill, and they might have lost like 1 or 2 heroes on Entity.
It also feels like they got a little too hasty. Chien wasn't really there to land the Rolling Thunder by the time S4 landed the Pit of Malice, so the stuns weren't really on top of each other, and Watson was able to go back. And yeah, he should count his lucky stars, though. That feels like it would have been a kill 99% of the time.
Yep, and that's why you buy the casual circlet on Monkey King every game, right?
Yeah, that's all the difference here. So, the draft. Do you feel like the draft is like a decent drafting game? Is the Ranger or Charlie?
I feel like either of these teams could win. I agree with you. I don't think Game 1 was a massive outdraft, and I don't think this is a massive outdraft either. I would slightly favor Entity though, because I think this Ricky is just gonna do so much together with the Tinker and the Monkey King.
Feels like this guy's thinking, holy crap, the laser mass, and will he be able to make that extra? Lands a bit of mouth for he's running fast, and usually the neutral items get a little bit. It looks like Fisherman. He doesn't land the Starfall, but it doesn't matter. S4 is going to be fine. Arrow comes out. Conlo dodges to the north a little bit. And he's still going to be alive. It's like the mid lane. Are we going to kill here on Toby? Feels very unlikely if Chuan barely has any health, and it just looks like Entity's going to get a kill on S4. Seems like they really are targeting him in both games now.
Yeah. And Chio1 had to use a role defensively there as well. And I think that's the only tool Alliance has to make plays at this stage of the game. Which means that Entity can be super aggressive right now. And all of this is even before Ricky gets his shot. On the bright side, Alliance hasn't lost their tier 1 tower yet against the DP. Ooh, nice arrow. And Kataomi making Ricky look so strong even before getting the shot. Toby should be able to get this tier 1 without any resistance. He has his mech, no one can really touch him right now. At the same time, both Watson as well as Stormstormer are just farming their hearts out. Once again, all 3 entity cores leading in terms of net worth. And it isn't a huge gold lead, but it is indicative of the stage of the game.
Yeah, it's pretty scary. Like, similar to the previous game, entity net worth on their board, and this I think is what we're seeing from the Ricky, right? Like he's pretty impressive net worth at this stage of the game.
I wonder what Alliance is gonna buy. They're gonna be buying a lot of Atos on this Underlord, which I think is a good purchase against a Tinker. But I feel like it might already be kind of late. Because knowing Stormstormer, he's not gonna be super greedy and he's just gonna buy a BKB as like second item. Because he knows the only way he can die is either to Pongo roll or Underlord Pit of Malice. And if you buy a BKB, you eliminate both of those factors.
Yeah, I like that start. I like that. Just go for early Black King Bar, make yourself immune to everything they have, and you're just gonna be fine. Charlie's farming pretty decently, honestly, considering that, you know, they are so far behind in terms of kills. So
Yeah, for sure.
thing is, you don't really want to build MKB on Drow, and that's one of the things you need to have against the laser.
I guess he could buy things like a Manta and a BKB to try to nullify the mischance. And of course you do have the multi-shot as well. So you can just right-click and then when you get lasered, go for the multi-shot. It's not the worst carry to get disarmed on. Ooh.
And meanwhile, by the way, the odds looking pretty bad for Alliance second game in a row. But if you guys feel like you still believe in Alliance, you can put $15 free bet on by clicking it on the banner down below. S4 might be making those odds a little bit worse, but oh, the arrow lands, the Jingu Mastery procs, and he's gonna be a dead Underlord.
Yeah, interesting Monkey King build as well. Going for the Maelstrom, nice mix between fighting and farming. Looks like Charlie is gonna be going for the Hurricane Pike. He has his shard as well. Picked it up right at 15 minutes. It's one of the few carries that actually wants to pick up the shard ASAP. Because it's so strong.
Beautiful sleep into arrow combo. That's gonna be a dead Omni Knight. Can they go for more pawn load? Nice steal, I think, of the Blink Strike. Jiren jumps in, but I don't know if he is gonna have any backup or any chance of getting any of these kills. Well, actually, Fisherman's almost loses his life. Ados dropped on the Death Prophet, but she's going to be able to chase down Charlie and bring him down. The Stormstormer, he is going ham now with the rockets. And all that vision being provided by Watson, making a big difference. And Stormstormer with a double kill. Another beautiful use of the shot by Ricky, and that's going to be a dead Rubik.
Yeah, and they got the Mirana kill, but it took so long, so they gave all the time in the world to Entity to set up all of their heroes. Stormstormer could go back, regain a bit of mana, and at that point they had already used everything they had and Drow was caught in the open. Just a really awkward engagement from Alliance. I feel like they need to be more measured. Either get the kills quickly or get out, because they got punished for sticking around. Stormstormer almost has a Shivas as well. I feel like we can pretty safely say that Stormstormer Tinker hasn't lost its charm. I wonder if he's played this recently in pubs or if it's just all of the muscle memory. I'm gonna have to check that. And I think Otomo may be reconnecting once again. So it's just gonna be me again taking over. Once again, sorry about all of this. We're trying to figure out all of the technical issues. So please be patient and bear with us. We'll try to provide you with the best possible entertainment that we can given the circumstances. And Watson closing in on his BKB. And I have no idea how he can ever die with a BKB. And that's something I'm seeing for this entire Alliance draft. They're very reliant on those magical spells. So once the BKB start coming out, it's only really the Drow Ranger that can do anything. And even Drow Ranger is pretty okay against BKBs, but you don't really have the control to keep people in place. Speaking about being kept in place, once again we see a sleeping dart into an arrow, and Hanskin bites the dust once again. So tier 1 for Alliance is gonna be falling soon, and Kataomi finds another sleeping dart. The arrow is not quite gonna hit because of the missiles though, but the missiles should be enough to do a lot of damage. But actually, it's gonna be Toby and Fishman getting bursted down, and now Kataomi is gonna be in trouble as well. Tries to go for a sleep cloud or a smoke cloud, but it's not gonna be enough, and he loses his kill streak. Charlie picks that one up, and really nice fight for Alliance there. This time it's Entity's turn to overextend. They didn't lose both of their most important heroes, but Death Prophet absolutely exploded there.
I guess the good thing is that Exorcism wasn't used, right? So at least you'll still have it for the next fight.
Yeah, could be worse. And Storm, I picked up his Shivas now, and indeed he is gonna be going for a BKB next. So that's gonna be a big timing for Entity. But Alliance is not out of this game just yet, and they're finding some decent pickoffs here. Ooh, nice save with the defense matrix by Stormstormer. Can they find a kill on this Pongo? That would be pretty huge. Heavenly Grace comes out, and it's like Pongo is gonna be fine for now. It's gonna be Watson who has to go back, so that's why they picked up the Omni Knight. The Sleep Dart, but Pongo, there's not gonna be any follow-up. Crypt Swarm stolen. Q1, he has his Diffusal, he has his Blink. Doesn't have the shard just yet, but Pongo is getting quite strong. Fishman taking a bit of damage, but these Tinker missiles are so annoying, my goodness. Wouldn't be surprised if S4 turns that hood into a pipe. Kataomi. He's eyeing Hanskin here. Once again, Fishman is close, so they could try to go for another Sleep Dart into arrow. There we go. Oof. Are they gonna have the damage though? Fishman is gonna go for the Starstorm, and with the pounces, it is gonna be enough damage, but G1 goes on the chase. Another Sleep Dart though. What is the cooldown on this? G1 goes for the roll. Stormer. Is it all actually? G1. He's gonna find him, but I don't think he has the damage. But with S4 and the Dark Rift, they may be able to take down Stormstormer here, getting super low. But with the Guardian Greaves, he's gonna be fine, and it's gonna be Chuan taking all of the damage. Defense Matrix coming out, so Stormstormer is gonna be fine, and Ponla is gonna be biting the dust as well. I thought Stormstormer was dead there for sure, but Entity, they seized the opportunity and turned it around.
A bunch of great smoke screens doing a really good job of keeping him alive in that situation. So, really well played by Entity. You know, they're having just such a good job playing with the Ricky. 2 games in a row, and they look amazing in both situations. Both teams, sorry.
Toby with really clutch Guardian Greaves. Watson, they find a freebie there as well. Hanskin going down. I feel like Hanskin is just really struggling on this Omni Knight. He needs some kind of Force Staff, but I don't know, he needs a lot of items.
The problem is that it's like he's always being set up on, right? Pongo, dude, like, they just keep finding him they might not be able to get the kill.
Charlie, he's gonna be gone on, and he doesn't have any mana for his spike. Finally gets it. What's now going for the TP out, and he is gonna be fine. But this time, it's Toby who's getting really low. Can he survive with the Spirit Siphons onto the creeps? Getting back to full HP with the defense matrix as well. My goodness. He was on like 100 HP, and now he's running away with 1100. No sweat at all.
The Guardian Greaves extra regeneration does a lot, of course, Stormstormer with the Matrix. Just feels like it's so hard for Lions to get any kills in this game.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that Entity is managing to find so many kills with the Sleeping Dart into Arrow, because I feel like one of the reasons why they picked up Omni is for the Arrow dispel.
Not if he's the one who always gets arrowed though, right?
Reveals his BKB now, going on to S4 and a 3-man Boundless Strike. Well, we finally have the Omni Knight ulti coming out, but there is just so much damage from Entity, and they're not done yet. Chuan doesn't have the roll, does manage to find the blink out, so it's just 2 kills going the way of Entity, but that is a failed Roche attempt, if I've ever seen one.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Watson now closing in on a Skadi as well. And Toby, he's just absolutely fearless this game. He just keeps running in, and he knows that he can't die with his BKB and Greaves.
The lucky thing, I was gonna say Charlie would be their saving grace, but Charlie's in trouble.
Oh no, Charlie. You can't afford to make these kind of mistakes.
I mean, the nice thing is that Drowsy can do a lot of damage regardless, right? And you do have good control from the other cores, but it's very uphill for Alliance. Your control in the game is... It's Panic roll and pick up Nas, it's good, but you're so far behind, it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough at all.
Yeah, and the thing is, for Entity, you need to kill the Death Prophet, the Tinker, and the Monkey King. Because if you leave one of those heroes alone, they're gonna kill your entire team. And for Entity, they only have to deal with the Drow Ranger, because the rest just doesn't have enough damage.
I mean, you could say that the Death Prophet falls off a little, but that's not happening for a while, right? Like she's farmed, she's in her peak right now. Tron takes a few words, but risks his life to do so.
Ooh. He has the roll. Oh, jukes the sleep cloud at least. Moonlight Shadow coming out, and they want to see if they can find something, but not quite gonna manage. But my goodness, G1 just melted there. Watson, he has Skadi gold, and once again, over a 90% win probability for Entity. Oh, actually, Alliance just got an extra percent. Maybe they saw the support of the Alliance fans in the chat. It's like, okay, they can do it. Charlie walks into an arrow.
I'm sorry, does he want to go in?
Just be a bit careful here, but another really nice bounce strike into arrow. Charlie being chased down, and his spike is on cooldown, and there is no Omni Knight's ulti. It just came off cooldown, but clutch silence by Toby. There's gonna be 3 kills now. G1 going for the roll, but he's gonna have to get out soon, and S4 is gonna fall as well, so that's a 4-0. G1 still running around, but he really can't do anything. Oh, Entity is looking so crisp right now. Every time they can take a fight, they will, and their execution is just beautiful.
And I don't know if it gets any better for Alliance, you know? It's like, I mean, Tinker late game, that's not exactly something they want to go up against.
Oh, they can't even leave the base. And Kata Omi on this Ricky, he's been involved in, I believe, 25 out of 32 kills as well. This guy is insane.
We always said that Ricky is not the best laner, but later on he can do so much with the shard, and feels like there's been no punish for Kutomi on the laning stage, right? Like Entity wins the laning stage, and then they just crush them with the roaming Ricky, and they have nice deep wards. You can see the bottom lane has a very deep observer ward. Very hard for Alliance to make moves.
I think Ricky is weak in lane usually, but Kataomi Ricky in lane is insanely strong. It's like a Viper.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He's making it look like an entirely different hero. An entity. Just unrelenting pressure. All the remaining tier 2 should fall soon, and Watson, he has a Skadi, and he's already halfway towards a Nullifier as well.
Stormstormer, he's gonna go. He already has the Kai. I think I'm going for the Ethereal Blade as well. Look at that. Just definitely not. It's not a follow up. That's just to annoy him.
It's some mental harassment, as I like to call it.
S4's got the pipe. That's gonna help against all the rocket spam. But it's like you need 3 pipes in this to implement them.
Yeah, for sure. And Kataomi.
Oh,
And another steep dive. This could be a good start to a fight, but Fishman needs to be a bit careful. Stormstormer pops his BKB and just runs in. And another triple boundless strike. Entity just going ham. S4 getting really low as well. Can he escape? Doesn't look like it. Watson needs to be careful. Still has his Aegis though, and all these defense matrices. Alliance just can't kill anyone.
they might be losing Charlie as well. Watson goes in pretty deep, but he's got the Aegis. He's gonna be fine. And Charlie, a couple of rockets. And he's still alive. Watson loses the Aegis, but is he gonna be able to walk out of here?
Nice arrow onto S4 and Entity. They're all gonna survive. Their in-fight coordination is insane.
Nullifier going to be up. Next item for Watson. So Guardian Angel as well as Heavenly Grace going to be a non-factor in future fights.
And it's gonna be really hard for Charlie as well, because he can't use his Hurricane Pike on himself anymore. You can still push people away, and I believe that still worked with Nullifier, but you can't force yourself, which is so scary against this Entity lineup, because you're gonna be stuck in the smoke cloud. Feels like Chiwan's item progression has completely stalled as well. He's been on these items for so long.
I mean, you look at the Katomi Ricky, and he feels like a quiet. He's basically there with S4. Omnight's going to go for it, which I like, but oh god, it's happening again.
There's the E-Blade. Like, they don't even need to find the kills, because that was roll being used. So now they're pretty much free to do whatever they want. And Toby, he just got hit by like 6 Drow Ranger shots, including some ulti procs, and he didn't take any damage.
Well, S4, Aaron throws out from both sides, but it does miss. And it looks like it hits Spawnlow though, but Spawnlow's arrow doesn't land. And Katomi decides he wants to get the kills himself at this point of the game.
Okay, maybe that was a bit optimistic by Entity. They do find S4, but they lose 2 heroes in the process. I don't think they had to do this, but they're just showing that they can.
And we finally have the level 10 talent for Omni-Knight Heavenly Grace. Now it lasts as long as it's cooldown, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, I guess that is quite nice.
I get the feeling that you're like, well, it's not nice enough. They need a lot. They need like a lot more. They need a permanent Heavenly Grace on everyone. That's spelled for them to have a chance.
Yeah, and then they have like a maybe 40% chance of winning. But the Lions, they're going for a smoke now. They don't have S4, but he could use his Dark Rift to join the fight if he wants to.
Ooh, Watson.
They find Watson. That is huge.
This could be easy to control. Oh god, they didn't get the control off. Stormstormer's here as well. He's doing a bit amount of damage, but BKB is off and managed to make out. There's still a big kill on Watson, and they're just gonna use their on-draw teleport to get out of there.
It was really nice by Alliance. Exactly the kind of plays that they need to be making. And they don't really lose anything important in the process. Like, nothing lost, right?
Well, I mean, Hanskin is... that's kind of mean to say he doesn't count, but sure. I mean, compared to Watson, you can definitely say that Hanskin losing his life for it is always going to be worth it.
So they got the Watson kills, and they shaved off like 10% of Entity's gold lead, which is nice. The unfortunate thing, Roche isn't up, so they can't take that one, and all of their lanes are way too pushed in to get any kind of objective damage from this. They get some okay D wards and I guess some vision control, but it's not really what they were hoping for. And you can see the gold gain, or the gold advantage, goes right back to 22k. Because it's so hard for them to leave the base because of this bloody Ricky.
Julian's got a gem on him on the Pangolier. I like this a lot because basically you have to get against Ricky, but also helps you get a little bit more map control. If they can find Katomi, that really could be a big opening for Alliance. Smoke break on Follow, and he's not making it out.
Kill into Pomlo, and Stormstormer just keeps back in, and they find Chuan as well. That's the bigger kill. And he doesn't have buyback, so this could possibly open up the high ground because Exorcism is going to be up. They want to go for this Charlie running back with his Silver Edge. Stormstorm is so scary. He's level 18 as well, so he can teleport onto heroes. The arrow narrowly gonna miss Charlie. Stormstorm, he's just going in, he doesn't care. He knows that he can't really die, so he can keep jumping in aggressively, trying to force BKBs. He's really pushing the limits of his hero.
Yeah, luck the shot for it. So BKB for this 3 versus 5, they need 20 seconds more. Oh, Charlie.
Charlie, Nullifier as well, so he can't force himself, and he's taking so much damage, and he's just gonna fall. Omni Knight can't do anything, and S4 is gonna melt as well. Entity just jumping into the base with no regard for their own safety, and they don't have to.
It's basically Entity's base. There's not much Alliance can do about it.
Yeah, they're just absolutely disrespecting Alliance. That's gonna be the first set of racks, and why stop there? Drow's still dead for 40 seconds, no buyback. It's not like this Fungo can really defend either. In fact, he might be in trouble here, but nah, nice force staff into the base. He's gonna be fine, but it is quite telling that your mid laner can no longer leave the base without having to be saved by his support.
Honestly, it just feels like it's basically over at this point. It's just farming them in their fountain. You know, it doesn't really... Unless you can force staff them inside your fountain, you're not getting any kills if you're online. So at least it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, and Stormstormer, he's just jumping on S4 once again. And S4, mind you, has Greaves and a pipe, but he's still completely melting. Everyone from Entity just running into the enemy fountain and still not really being close to dying. Yuan is gonna buy back, gonna go for a roll. Let's see if he can do something here. But Charlie is dying in base to just Monkey King clones. He is gonna escape. He is gonna be fine. No worries at all. Wait, did Watson just buy a blink? Oh my goodness. They're just styling on Alliance at this point. They know they've already won, but they're just having some fun. Just practicing their coordination.
If Alliance doesn't call GG, Entity's like, well, we don't have to stop what we're doing.
Nah, Alliance is not a team that calls GG quickly. I feel like they're still a really serious organization, and they take these games as a learning opportunity as well. I don't think they have a very big chance in this game, but you know, they're still gonna try, see if they can maybe get some nice pickoffs. And the Dota Plus assistant says that it's 0% chance, but I think there's still 1% chance. If Entity dives into the fountain with 5 heroes and then some media hits their internet connection or something, and they all die, then there is a chance. There is not a 0% chance of that happening. Who knows? S4. He is low 4 as well. He's behind all of Entity. Even Fishman's Position 5 Mirana.
Never give up.
Never give up. I like that Ponlo. We see a smoke from Entity. Looks like they want to go for the finishing blow. Roche is up, but they don't care. Why would they care? Watson with an arcane blink as well, so that's gonna be a quick ulti. Would kill onto Charlie. He just disappears. Looks like Hanskin might make it out. He's gonna be fine, but Ponlo is not. And Chuan is rolling around, causing some decent mayhem, but no one on Entity is even taking damage. Now S4 is gonna be in trouble as well. He's gonna go down. Just 2 heroes remaining for Alliance, safely in their base. It's just gonna remain at 3 kills. With Entity, they're not taking any damage in these fights. It looks like they're just gonna be throning it. There are no buybacks remaining on Alliance, but this should be the end of the game soon. When Stormstorm, he bought a Ghost Scepter and he's going in. Actually, he's just using his E-Blade. Not gonna find any more kills there. Once again, it's just about intimidation. Charlie finally got the goal to buyback. He's gonna go for it, but he can't really hit anyone. BKB fought by Charlie. Can he deal some damage? Omni Knight ulti now as well. Buyback from Fishman. Watson is going in. Charlie, his BKB has expired, so he can't really do anything anymore. Storm, they're just fountain farming. Charlie is still technically alive. I reckon not for long. And he is gonna die in base. Hanskin's gonna die in base as well. So yeah, this game is well and truly over. S4 respawns as well, going for the Firestorm. But I feel like then, yeah, they're finally gonna call GG.
Give up, guys, don't give up.
It took a while. The game is finally over. I feel like this game has been over for at least 20 minutes. But finally, that was the finishing blow.
Yeah, it felt pretty much one-sided the entire series, honestly. I don't think... I think there was one fight when we saw Handskin game 1 with a good Phoenix egg, you know, on top of the enemy, on top of us. I was like, okay, that's an opening, but overall, it's been the Entity show from start to finish.
Yep. Yeah, that was rough to watch at some points. I still have hope for this Alliance lineup, though. I feel like they can watch these replays, learn from it, and potentially bounce back. They're currently, I believe, 1 and 2 in the Western Europe DPC as well.
Yeah.
So maybe they can get back to the first division. And they're not out of this tournament either. They're just going to go into the lower bracket. It's going to be a rough run from them, but they can still win this tournament from the lower bracket, potentially. What do you rate the odds of that happening?
Not very high, to be honest with you. It does feel, I mean, we saw them take on Hellraisers, but it seems like against some of the more aggressive teams, at least Entity right now, it was not even close. So I feel like Alliance has a very tough road ahead for them. I think we've seen them come back from difficult situations in previous tournaments. This is a new lineup. We'll see if they can do the same thing in the Betboom universe.
Yep. And we have to acknowledge last game, Storm and 19-0. Well-deserved MVP for me. I feel like him and Kataomi together just 2v5'd. They didn't even need any of the other heroes, really. It was nice that they had them for a bit of support, but really, Ricky plus Tinker could have won this game. Insane performance.
Yeah, but you can't ignore Fishman. He landed a lot of really good arrows as well. I mean, it's
On
easy to land
targets,
arrow.
yeah, very impressive.
When the guy can, hey, he's in the right place in the right time.
True.
You gotta give him props.
Right, so that's going to be the end of this series, and the next series is going to be pretty exciting as well. It's as well, you know, maybe it might be exciting. It's going to be Gamin Gladiators up against VP, and I have a bit of an anecdote about this one, because last night I actually queued into a solo rank game with Quinn, and that doesn't happen too often because he's like rank 20, and I've been retired for a while, so my MMR isn't what it used to be. But I got in a game with him, so. Obviously, today we get to watch this game, so I'm pretty curious, right? So I ask him, do you have any insights about your game tomorrow? Because this is a unique opportunity, right? Getting to speak to a player right before he has an important match. And you know what he said?
What did he say?
He just ignored me. That's classic Quinn.
Oh, he was on your team then, right? Oh, I feel bad for you, man.
Yep.
It's okay. It's okay. Next, it's okay. You'll just get to his MMR, and then he'll never ignore you again.
Sure.
Well, I mean, that's it for game number 1, and we'll be taking a bit of a long break, and then we'll come back with you guys with Virtus Pro versus Gamin Gladiators with a whole different set of casters. We'll see you guys
welcome in everybody to the second series of the day. It is going to be me and Hurry to guide you through it. And Gamin Gladiators versus VP. So, Hurry, looking at the series coming ahead, we've seen a little bit from VP, but for me, not a whole lot of Gamin Gladiators. Have you seen anything from the Western European League? Any scrims or practices that you might have heard of?
No, but I have watched some of the games of Gamin Gladiators. I remember their performance in the Betboom Christmas show. I have gone through some of their drafts, so it is going to be fun. It is going to be fun. If this was the Christmas show, the Betboom Christmas show, Gamin Gladiators would destroy Virtus Pro, and they are coming in as the favorites. But overall, I think that Virtus Pro have gotten a lot better since the last time, and Gamin Gladiators, they are they're maybe slightly better than they were. Still think they're stronger, but we should have a much more interesting series than what would happen if these two would have met 2 months ago. Yeah, and with the series that we saw over Christmas for the Betboom Christmas show, you think teams are going to let that Leshrac through? Is it still a really deadly, tool in the Gamin Gladiators arsenal that you don't let Quinn have? Or do you think teams might be thinking, we might have something to try and deal with it? From what I saw, Gamin Gladiators played it with a Wisp only. So I am going to assume that it is going to be getting banned. I think there's no reason to risk it. Just get rid of it, right? Just get it out of there, because last time this guy was allowed to play DL Lesh, it was just way too hard. And to be honest, on every hero, Quinn is good, but on the Lesh, it is just not fair. He's winning matchups he shouldn't win, and his understanding of how to move around the map is insane. Yeah, there was some great performances, and that hero hasn't got any weaker, so I'm expecting it to be taken away too, not letting that one through, not letting it get drafted out. Meanwhile, on the side of VP, again, looking at this team that it came through the groups 3-1, only dropped a game off to Ooredoo Thunders, who are looking really good at the minute, really strong. Top the group's Group B, 4-0 for them, so VP... what are we looking at in terms of drafts? Are we going to be still looking at the Rubiks coming out, looking for those hoodwinks that seem to be so popular in the Eastern European region? Or, is there something different you've seen over the past couple of days that you might think they might try and pull out of the back? No, I don't think there's going to be any big changes overall for Virtus Pro. I think it would be a big mistake. You're coming in against someone who is better than you. If you don't play your best Dota, you're gone, right? So you stick with what you know. We are still going to be seeing those Rubiks. We're still going to be seeing drafts like that. There were a couple of heroes that were introduced in this tournament that might not have been played previously, and that's fine. But I think Virtus Pro are going to be playing classic Eastern European Dota, pretty much what you and me have been seeing in the DPC. Yeah, so looking through, this is the upper bracket as well, so it's not over if you do go down. You do get that second chance, but obviously everybody wants to push through into that upper bracket to play up against, Gamin Gladiators versus Pro. Whoever wins this will be going up against Entity, it seems. Entity in that last series, 2-0 in Alliance. So Alliance, even though they looked pretty good yesterday, it's just not paid off for them. And apparently there was a couple of Ricky picks in there as well as a Tinker pick. So nice... no, I can't even pretend. I hate Tinker. I hate the Ricky picks. So, do you think we see the Ricky again today, or is that going to be because the Western European teams have been playing it to great effect? So, do you think Virtus Pro let it through? I would say you do let it through in the first phase. In the second phase, there is a good chance that it's getting banned out. That's it. Though, overall on Tofu, I think he can play any position 4. He has been the one that has impressed me the most the last Christmas show. And from what I've heard, he has been playing really well in the Western European DPC as well. So I think that whichever hero you give to him, he's going to be doing a good job. And it only comes down to it if it does combo well into their lineup. So let's say if they would have something that is going to set up for, that Ricky is going to set up, then you ban it out. If not, then if it does get picked out, find ways to play against it. Well, VP, maybe thinking that Gamin Gladiators would still go for that Lash, even with the IO ban, but it's going to be the Lena. It is going to be another Lena game in a long line of Lena games before the Lena Major. And we see, VP, they go for the Nature's Prophet. But is it over? Do we just go to game 2 right here and now? No, it's not over. I would say it's over if you get the Lina and the Clockwork in the first phase. Given that the Clockwork is banned out, the Nature's Prophet is actually quite nice against the Lina. So I'd be happy with that one. I thought Virtus Pro are going to go for the Treant Protector here, just because you want some BKB piercing lockdown, but they go for the Tiny, which I don't particularly like. I know you and me have been casting a lot, and whenever I see a Tiny without the Vision hero, I get kind of, annoyed.
Yeah.
Nature's Prophet, he pushes in the lane, so that's a type of vision, but Tiny much rather likes to hunt in the jungle rather on in the lanes, and it is going to be a Treant on the Lina side. It's not as good as the Clockwork Lina. You don't have catch for the Nature's Prophet, but the Lina herself at one point in the game will be unstoppable.
Yeah, no, that is pretty much how we've seen all the Lina games go, at least most of them that I've casted. And coming through this, you were talking about a Vision hero, so the Beastmaster is still there for both sides. Do you think it makes it through this next phase of bans? Because a really popular offlane hero.
I would say that Gamin Gladiators ban it out. I don't think Virtus Pro necessarily have to deal with the Beastmaster, because Gamin Gladiators, when you look at their heroes, they don't really utilize the Vision all that well. It's good to position the Lina, fine, and it's overall a good hero, but it would go into their lineup. It just wouldn't be as strong as on the side of Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro, they still have this chance of putting the Nature's Prophet on the position 3, and noticed out of him and Krillat has been playing it more, so there is a chance for that one. So I'm curious to see what they do, and considering that you're banning out the Ursa, then it does make sense they also see it that way. Ursa would have been an amazing hero for Virtus Pro for sure, but yeah, they didn't have the last pick in the first phase, so it is what it is.
Okay, and the problem is the Enigma going out there as well. So some big heroes, the Enigma only coming into the meta, I think, fairly recently, towards the end of the DPC, at least Division 1 DPC. I know in Division 2 it's a little bit more popular, getting picked up a little bit more. I've not really been majorly impressed for all the Enigmas that I've seen. I think there's always, especially because you get picked up so early, the interrupts come out quite quickly. You're looking for the BKB piercing stuns as well, and maybe, with the Clockwork being down, the Beastmaster does go on VP, take it away there as well. So, to me, again, one of those heroes, it's like the Batrider that teams seem to like, but at the minute just can't get it to work all that much.
I think Enigma is a failed Lina counter. That's how I see it. You want a BKB piercing disable, and I don't see it that way because you lose the lane still to the Lina. And then you don't really have a good build-up. Yes, you get the Guardian Greaves, but then BKB blink, you can't go full auras. So it's not that great, right? And then people aren't really sure how to utilize the hero. The Lina stays in the lane a little bit too long. And if you lose one fight with the Enigma before you take down the tower, it's going to be problematic. So I think that's why the Enigma just hasn't been that successful, but it's still a very nasty hero to play against, right? You don't want to be falling down to the lower bracket because you misstepped for one team fight and got caught by the Enigma. So you just get rid of it. The Eastern European region, and even here in the Betboom universe, we have seen a couple of those. And there it is, the Hoodwink. You asked about it, and it is gonna be the Eastern European special. Every single game, every single series, this hero is contested.
Yeah, no, it's just so good with the amount of lockdown it has coming out with the Bushwhack, the burst with the Sharpshooter, the break there as well. The damage and control in the lane, the Acorn Shot's still a really nice spell to use and have off just to sprout a tree for to set up your Bushwhack, but the damage that it gives anyway in the lane, really nice to come through. So it doesn't surprise me that this hero comes out. And again, being able to get out of tight corners with the Sharpshooter, that little hop, that's more valuable than you can really think of, because it just gets you out of so many scrapes. So yeah, I'm not surprised that it is being picked up in VP, seeming to want to go towards that as well.
I mean, considering that Force Staff is like the meta item, and that is a mini Force Staff for yourself while you're also doing the damage. I mean, not to take that part away from it, of course, is the main thing, but it's definitely helping you survive in situations that you otherwise wouldn't be able to. I like this from Gamin Gladiators. This is something that they played quite a lot. The Pango, Quinn, he knows what he's doing. So I like it, especially because you need some catch. You need some way to start off the fight a little bit farther away from it, right? And then you go forward. Then you cannot be bursted down by the Tiny, you cannot be bursted down by the Hoodwink, and the Rolling Thunder lasts long enough for you to go in. So it's very good at hunting, it's very good at canceling TPs, it's very good at starting fights, and also Bango does a lot of damage. People tend to underestimate just how much it does. Disruptor, I can't say I love the hero here, because you don't have burst damage on the side of Gamin Gladiators. So you can get that bonus hero, but you first need to kill the first one. I think this is going to be Gamin Gladiators defending towers, right? You defend towers, you bring the Pango, enemy starts running away, you get the glimpse in. So they are going to, with overwhelming teamfight and tower defense, be able to catch those heroes on the retreat.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about right at the minute, because you want that Lina to be able to get the jungle farm up for the first 15-20 minutes, get yourself the Gleipnir out, get yourself towards that BKB, the Boots of Travel, as well as that Satanic, and then the Lina comes out, hits that massive power spike. Not to say that she won't be fighting before that as well, but you do want to be creating the space for the Lina to find those big items, get yourself to that power point, and it's going to be up to VP to stop it. So do you think VP, even with the draft being only... Ember Spirit comes out, really nice pickup, goes great with the the Hoodwink there as well to set up, the Searing Chains into a Sharpshooter, it's really nice. But do you think that with the Lina being on the board that VP are going to be on a clock here?
Well, I mean, there are two big team fight heroes on the Gamin Gladiator side. The thing is, Virtus Pro lineup can always make a play. Yes, you are on the clock. Yes, Lina can become super strong. But if you have any hero that is going to be matching her in farm, which is very hard, this hero farms super fast. I just casted a series today where a TA got out-farmed by the Lina. The TA with stacks. So it is a problem, but you can always pick up a hero that is going to be able to deal with the Lina in the later portions of the game, like the Monkey King, like Dirsa, like the Slark. Those three are banned out, so that's a bit of a problem. But anything that builds into a Skadi can be good. Even a Morphling comes to mind as a potential pick.
Yeah, so not looking at that carry Marcy then for a 90-minute game to get through this.
I would be okay with that, actually. I would be okay with the carry Marcy. I've seen those as Lina counters, and very good ones at that. And really, none of the heroes on Gamin Gladiators are very good at dealing with the Marcy, are they? So I wouldn't mind it if it is going to be noticed on the Nature's Prophet, and he could be, because Tiny is probably one of the better heroes for him to lane with. Then a carry Marcy would be able to work. I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah, let's see, the ban of the Death Prophet here that, forgetting about, but teams do play it at the minute really well, and it's going to be the Underlord. So big tanky hero, Aura builder there as well. You've got the instant initiation coming out from his ultimate, where you get the relocate in. So if you do take a fight, you can immediately port to buildings, try and take those down, or vice versa for a defense. So how are you feeling with this last pick Underlord coming out for Gamin Gladiators?
I love drafts like this, but in Eastern European region, this never works. So, I'm having a bit of an aversion to it in terms of how strong it is. But I love lineups like this that are, we defend the towers, we catch with the glimpse, we get a kill, we reset, and we farm one of our heroes, and then we win the game because we are destroying all of the powers of literally 4 of your heroes. Ember, Hoodwink, they need to get kills. Tiny needs to catch people. The Nature's Prophet needs to split push. He needs to take down towers. Against these heroes, you can't do any of that, right? That is taken away. So I think Virtus Pro right now, they really should go for a carry that later on down the line can fight the Lina. And again, I'm just loving your Marcy suggestion. I am a big fan of it, and Eastern European teams have done well with it. So it would be nice, though I'm not sure. I don't know if I've ever seen Krillat play it in particular.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning more towards something like a Naga Siren. That will build up that big sustain, builds the heart, gets the items on the board, can do well with the...
No illusions. No illusions.
No illusions? No, okay.
No, against the Underlord, first you lose the lane. Second, the Pit of Malice is way too good of a spell. It's already countering the Nature's Prophet and the Ember, right? Okay. And it will be too much.
So no quick BKB out for the Naga Siren into the heart, do you think, into the, with the fights? Ooh.
Carry Nature's Prophet. Okay. Okay, so they went for a different approach. They went for the approach of double pushing lineup, right? This is something that we've seen. It has worked from time to time. This is going to be a very interesting game, right? If this was just Eastern European versus Eastern European, I'd favor Virtus Pro quite a lot because I haven't seen these 4 Protect 1 lineups work at all.
Yeah.
But considering that Gamin Gladiators are coming in as the favorites, these type of lineups can sometimes be very, very tough to deal with. Oh, it's a tough one. I'm gonna go with Gamin Gladiators. I think that with the Fiend's Gate, with the Shard and the Treant, that they can actually hunt these split pushing heroes, right? But if Virtus Pro open up the map a little bit too early, then Seush and Squadix can go for kills. So I can see Virtus Pro winning this one, but I'm still leaning towards Gamin Gladiators.
Yeah, I like this lineup here for VP because VP seems to be one of the teams. I say as if it's not all Eastern European teams, but we've seen the games where Krilliat looks to farm. You know, he sits back, he looks to farm, and he can never really get the timing. So I think if VP are forced into this, you know, get aggressive, get fighting, look to push down, that is when I see them at their best. So, you know, if they can start off great, you know, if they get a good start off, get some momentum going, then there's no reason to get VP. But on the other hand, during the Christmas show, I'm not going to say accused, but there was some comments that maybe I was less than fair to Gamin Gladiators. So, you know, after seeing Spirit trounce them in the winners bracket finals 2-0, I might have gone a little bit hard on Spirit, backing them over Gamin Gladiators. So this time, you know, in the spirit of fairness, I'm going to say that Gamin Gladiators look like the favorites. I'm going to give them this first game. In my head, you know, that's where I'm seeing this one going.
Boo. You're not following your heart. You're following the...
I'm buckling to social pressure. Yeah, that is me. Yeah, peer pressure all the time. It works, and I'm not going to deny it. But yeah, I think if VP can get themselves a good start here, if they can get some quick towers, which is going to be hard because of the Train Protector being in the draft, but if they do get Krilliat active early on, I don't see any reason why they can't push in onto Gamin Gladiators. So I'm looking for what they're going to be able to do with that. But yeah, I think with the Lina being in the game, it's going to be really hard. 30 minutes in, you know, if you're not really knocking on the door, if you're not looking for racks, the Lina's going to come online. It's going to be really hard to claw the game back.
True. There is some mobility also on the heroes of Gamin Gladiators, not as much as on the other side, but it's going to be fun. I think mid lane tower, that is one thing that Virtus Pro are really going to need to take down so they can constantly force Gamin Gladiators to find around the mid lane, which is where they don't want to be.
Yeah, and let's see, if we look at the odds, guys, you can see that, the favorites coming into this is Gamin Gladiators, over 4-1 for VP. So if you want to click that banner below the stream, you will be able to get yourself a free $15 bet for new customers. As it looks like Gamin Gladiators, the bushwhack comes through. Really nice catch, but is he going to be able to cast to get himself away from this? He's trying to run himself out. Notice with the body blocks now as well. 3 gauntlets of strength starting off for this Tiny, and still not enough health there. Has to run himself all the way back to the fountain.
He's fine. He's completely okay. This is the thing. You find a hero with 0 armor and you're like, we're gonna crush his head. But the thing is, going into a Tiny, going into a Hoodwink, it's always hard. You know, okay, of course, Tiny now didn't have the Avalanche, but this game for Gamin Gladiators, it's gonna be very hard for them when they're chasing forward. They need to kill a target there and then when they catch him. Yeah. And, you know, the second someone leaves the Pit of Malice, there's no more glimpse and stuff like that. Gamin Gladiators is running forward. It's very tough, especially without the Pango. But they thought they had him. He has 0 armor, but having 1,000 HP level 1 is still very hard to go through.
Yeah, not the easiest target in the world here. And looking at Noticed in the offlane as well, it looks like he's actually going to start off with I think that was the Dragon Tail. Squadix in the mid lane up against Quinn with the Flame Guard. How do you like this up against the Pangolin? Because the Pangolin just going for that shield crash, but is it just enough to get the harass out onto Quinn and maybe force a little bit of a harder time here for him in the mid lane?
I mean, there's not much. You're always going to start with the Flame Guard just to be able to push in the wave a little bit. But when it comes to the lane between these two, there isn't a clear winner. Like, oh, this guy is definitely going to win. Both of them have good animation, have good damage. We shouldn't see too many denies, but there is going to be a decent amount of CS from both sides.
Okay, well, we will keep an eye out here. And yeah, top lane, so looking at the Dragon Knight, the pull did come through. It looks like he's got that creep going, pushing his way for now, at least until they do die. As actually mid lane, Quinn's going to be taking a lot of damage at Squadix. He's taking it right back here from Quinn. So level 2 Sleight of Fist coming through. It looks like Squadix just trying to look to get the harass out wherever he can.
I don't know if you or the viewers saw that one, the Dragonite pulling the wave constantly to the right. You do that so the creeps would stay there all the time. You don't have any heroes next to you, but even if the heroes aren't close to you, you click on any hero on the map and the creeps will aggro. And that is how you keep the lane there, even though if the creeps would be allowed to just attack, they would probably connect very close to the enemy tower.
Yeah, we see here Ember Spirit even underneath the tier 1 tower, having an alright time with the last hits. Top of the, I mean, I don't know, we're only 2 minutes in, but top of the last hits on the board here. So Quinn falling behind a little bit, only by about a wave or so, but that wave, you know, it does start to add up if you can get more and more. And yeah, Squadix with a near 60% win rate over 52 games. I feel like he knows what he's doing on this hero.
Squadix has been a god on these playmaking heroes in the DPC. Sometimes, you know, he does drop the ball, he goes overly aggressive, but overall, that is why we see cool plays being made by him as well. So we'll see. You know, he's kind of a hit or miss player. He has been hitting more than he has been missing overall, even though we were losing a lot of the series in the DPC. But that's just because some of the other teams are better. But Squadix, the career in front of him is quite bright.
Yeah, and I mean, even in the DPC, you know, you saw the final standings, they did still take 4 series here. So Squadix, you know, having a really good time. Ember Spirit, one of the stronger, most scary heroes we've seen in the current meta here as well. Every time that damage chart pops up, or you take a look at the post-game damage, you can see that the Ember Spirit, if he's not right at the top, he's there or thereabouts.
Yep, and Squadix is doing a good job so far. You know, last hitting quite nicely. It does have slightly better damage than the Pango, but Pango does have really good animation. Ember Spirit is no pushover in that regard as well, but this is actually quite nice from Squadix. It is going to be a nice boost for the morale as well, because you know Quinn is he came to Europe to show them how it's done. Maybe, you know, these Westerners might crumble to him and you go to the major, but now Squadix is going to show that there's also that other part of Europe that Quinn is going to have to dominate here.
Yeah, Quinn, though, 65% win rate on the Pangolier here. Over 23 games, so not as many as the Ember Spirit for Squadix, but it's still a really nice sample size and a really good showing. So when they both hit 6, we can see that on both sides of VP, with the Nature's Prophet and the Dragon Knight, you've got these tower potential push heroes. Do you, as Squadix, when you hit 6, look to put the pressure onto the side lanes? And if you're Quinn, do you have to follow along?
Quinn is putting pressure on the side lanes, Squadix is putting pressure on the mid lane. But mostly it's going to be about runes. You want the rune control, so it's going to be all about how the supports will be rotating. And I have to say, Virtus Pro supports are a little bit better in terms of securing runes than it is for the side of Gamin Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, you can still go in for the Connect, feel the glimpse away, so they're still after the fact, you know, trying to, if you get it early enough to get that drag away. But with the Tiny Avalanche just being able to stand there and tank any aggression that comes out on those, the Bushwhack that can be spawned from the Acorn shot, VP, a good couple of ways to tie up the heroes as they go towards those runes, but on this bottom lane, we've not really checked in with the bottom lane. How is it looking for the... Well, it's actually the Underlord with the most last hits above the Nature's Prophet, but I assume at least a couple of those will be those Treants.
Yeah, they're probably going to be close. You know, we're seeing that the gold lead is, you know, slightly in favor of Virtus Pro, close to 1,000 gold, not quite there, but it is normal. You know, the Underlord, it was picked for a reason, and, you know, laning against the Nature's Prophet is really not going to be a problem. What is going to be a problem is that this Ember is crushing the mid lane.
Yeah, having a really good time. In fact, Quinn looks like he's going to have to go all the way back to the fountain, even with the courier in, you know, trying to take that bottle, get it back to him. He's just having a not great time in this lane, and Ember Spirit right at the top of the last hit. So, again, even though he's only about, 7 behind the Ember Spirit, it does start to add up, and it's going to add up even more now that he's out of the lane.
Yeah, for Quinn in this game, he's going to have to be coming into the fight with the Rolling Thunder. He has to be the one that's starting it, because game started off slow for you. You're gonna get Sleight of Fist chains, the Bushwhack, and you die. So you need to be sure that you're the one that is starting it.
Yeah, and you can see that. I mean, Daracho, he's finding some fun in this lane now as well. It's not doing too bad. Second in terms of net worth. Got that Falcon's played out already. Wants to go towards what looks like the Maelstrom with the Javelin in his stash. So not going to be too far away from that. In fact, as soon as that courier gets back to base, it will be delivered out. And Daracho, yeah, that Javelin, not too far at all. There was a rotation into the mid lane as the rune protection comes out, but Quinn, it's going to be that bottom spawn, and the Hoodwink, not going to be able to predict that one. But yeah, there was a rotation into the mid lane as Quinn was not close to that level 6. It was already picked up onto the Ember Spirit, but just couldn't find the opening to get that gank onto Quinn.
I don't know if you saw that the Lina doesn't have a boots, just going straight in for the javelin. With the Lina, it is common, but overall against the Dragonite, you want to have some kind of magic damage from your right clicks in that lane. Sometimes we would see heroes against the Timber get it pretty early on, but Quinn in some trouble. He doesn't want to pop the ulti. He doesn't want to pop the ulti here.
No, I mean, he has that haste, so that's about just as good. So he can just run himself away from it as well. He was looking for towards that bounty rune to refill his bottle. Now they're coming down with the haste onto this bottom lane. Does he want to try and make the jump to Callus? He's going to get really down low. And Quinn even gets a courier out of that there as well, just to add insult to injury.
Yeah, very nicely done there. He got a really nice timing to just make his move. The enemy saw him low, so maybe they weren't expecting that one. And getting a first blood, it's much needed considering that the lane was going horribly for him.
Yeah, meanwhile, as we noticed on the top lane, actually going towards that Wraith Band. So it is going to be that extra armor to come out for the Dragon Knight, just to add that up. The extra attack speed's quite nice as well. The value that you get from it, because you do usually keep it over the 25-minute mark as well, so it is a quite nice pickup there for just a few hundred gold. And Dragon Knight could be benefiting from that, as Ace on this bottom lane just continues to push it in. And Kulia, how is he looking in terms of net worth? The glimpse comes out onto the tiny, but it's only a drag back, no TP drag back, nothing like that. And Dekalis going to be able to shrug that one off.
I think the DK kind of let off this raid band. He probably wanted it for the lane. Now there's really no reason to do it, because when you look at his gold, he is definitely going for a blink. And you are hoping if you're Virtus Pro, you're going to be opening up the map, so you want to have that early.
Yeah, ooh, the Rolling Thunder might have been teased out here as Quinn. Maybe just looking to get back into the lane, use it off. Maybe with a swashbuckle, yeah, just uses it to get those last couple of hits. But with the Remnant being down, he was looking towards that Ember Spirit, but it wasn't able to connect. And Ember just dives himself away. As I noticed, already started, in fact, the Nature's Prophet Krillia. I think we saw this a couple of, was it yesterday, up against Darkside as well, where Krillia's just like, okay, I'm going to bail from that lane. I've got lanes to push out. And with the help of the Dragon Knight, the Dragon Knight's only about a third of the way through this Dragon form. This tier 1 tower, even with 11 armor, probably doesn't last that long.
It's very important for them to take the towers down before Gamin Gladiators are ready to fight. So before their supports are level 6 and before the Underlord can stand at the tower and push it down. By killing the one on the top lane, you do open up the potential for the Dragon Knight to rotate to the mid without using his TP. That's going to be quite big. Celery, though, he's a god. And very big arm. Usually he's the one protecting towers. Now he's going to be the one taking them down.
Yeah, even throws out the tip onto the Ember Spirit for some reason. If the Ember, I don't know why onto Squadix, but he gets
just
that
anyone,
tip out.
Just
yeah,
anyone.
It's just one of those, you get the deny, you kind of throw out that panic tip as Squadix mid lane. Laguna Blade comes out here from Doraccio, but he is going to survive. A lot of health on the Ember Spirit left. I don't know if he had any bottle charges, but he should be fine to continue farming here in this mid lane.
He's completely okay. Really no problems there. Gamin Gladiators, they really have to be quiet in this game, and this is a problem. The Pango losing the mid lane that much, he probably thought he was going to be doing slightly better, but because he lost it, it is a problem. Gamin Gladiators, they can't really make too many plays.
Yeah, and Dekalis is going to be able to find some solo XP here on this bottom lane as well, some solo farm, as the lane just continues to push towards this tier 1. And again, big tanky boy here on the tiny, so it's going to be hard to chunk him down, even with that Pit of Malice, even with the Firestorm to come through. You can see the Tofu's down here as well on this Disruptor, but a double damage in Squadix. Do they actually find Quinn's going to be backing himself away? So it looks like they might just go for the support, as this smoke not going to be spotted out. Do they get themselves on top of the Disruptor? Or is that Remnant? They're going to go for the dive in. Slider Fist comes out now as well. The Avalanche. And they save the kill for Squadix. So, really nice pickup there. As that double damage rune does fade off, so not going to be able to get anything else from that. But even just to buy time and space again for Dekalis in this lane to get more farm up and maybe get some semi-core items. Maybe go towards his own Blink Dagger if he wants it.
That was the idea there. Just rotate and get the kill, so that you delay a little bit of time and force Gamin Gladiators to use TPs. You want to be delaying these level 6s on the Gamin Gladiators supports and their potential to defend the towers, delaying it as much as possible, so they can't really focus too much on defending the mid lane rather than on pushing the bottom lane. But they're not going to be taken back by that one. Still, the Disruptor is going to be coming in mid, and they want to make a play.
Yeah, 3-man smoke coming through here. And let's see if they're going to be able to catch. I mean, you already see the VP back themselves behind that tier 1 in a group.
They got scanned. Now, Gamin Gladiators, they're walking into a trap.
Yeah, and you can see the Quinn Tofu already backing themselves away, moving themselves out, drop that ward, looking for another jump in. But Sayush, he's close. looking to break it now. Quinn's still in that. And no one's going to be caught out. Do they actually get a glimpse out here now as well? They do. Sayush, he came a little bit too far forward. Notice he has that blink dagger. There is going to be the static stone being down. The Sayush to the bushwhack. It actually connects onto Quinn with 3 heroes being here. But the emissary wants to get the dive in. Pit of Mars comes out. Needs to run himself away from this. Ooh, it was a... I mean, you can see the Ace just going to be able to put himself right back down on bottom lane. And a really nice jump.
Quinn alone.
Again, the avalanche comes out. Quinn, he's going to be caught out. He overextends, and they get the kill into the hoodwink, but you give up your mid lane for this, and in fact, you might even give up the mid lane tier 1.
He was just betrayed. He was literally betrayed by his teammates who had a gate there, like, we are going, Quinn, and you're going to be left alone. And he just didn't know there was a blink dagger on the DK. This is a big opening for Virtus Pro. Getting that mid lane tower down, Squadix, he's going to be in their face all the time, and he's not an easy hero to kill. If you don't have the Atos, the Pit of Malice, things like that, it's going to be almost impossible to bring him down because your other heroes are kind of slow. You know, even if you get the kinetic field static storm on him, there's a good chance that Squadix gets himself out.
Yeah, now the push that can come in. I mean, this Dragon Knight's only just popped that Dragon Form, level 8 now as well. So 1 point into the Dragon Tail, 4 points into the Breathe Fire. And if he gets on top of you with this Dragon Tail, at range, it could be curtains for you, as noticed again coming through the jungle. Does he actually want to look for, might be looking for the Lina, but he might find the tree. The blink comes in. Oh, Celery. Just being able to tree walk past that one, just gets himself out of vision, and notice not able to get the Dragon Tail off.
Right now, Gamin Gladiators, I think clearing out the top lane is of the utmost importance. It's very good for them that they are still holding the high ground there next to the pit. They have ward there, and that's going to be nice. That is going to prevent Virtus Pro from constantly staying there and hunting them and forcing out their TPs, and it has to remain that way. On the other hand, Virtus Pro, what their job is right now, push the side lanes, separate Gamin Gladiators, and then it's hunting time for the Ember Hoodwink or for the DK Hoodwink. Either way, these cores are going to be playing with the Hoodwink to hunt for some kills now.
Yeah, I mean, while all this is going on, the Lina is free farming in the jungle. We can see here coming through, got the boots, got the Maelstrom going into the Falcon's Blade. Does he actually go for the BKB before the boots have traveled, do you think, just in case things do pop off?
Oof, it is a hard one to say. I'd rather say he gets the boots of travel and he focuses on getting into a fight where he knows that his team is in a better position and the only thing they need is damage. I think that is the smarter move because you need to have mobility around the map if you're Gamin Gladiators to deal with what kind of pressure VP are about to put up on you.
Okay, well, we will see where they want to go with this. Quinn, how is he looking? Going towards that Orb of Corrosion. The Fusel Blade is already out, though, so potential chase down onto... maybe the Hoodwink if she's not near trees and can scurry away. Maybe the Tiny if he doesn't get the toss away on this. They're going to be able to get the glimpse back. Connect the field. Static Storm comes out. In fact, it's going to be the Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight's out of mana. He's a big tanky boy, but is he going to live through this? One more right click and Quinn gets the kill.
I like this much more. You could see when they glimpsed the Hoodwink earlier that they didn't go immediately for the Static Storm. That is a low cooldown spell. Just use it every single time for whatever kill. Now, of course, when they have the damage to kill the Dragon Knight, yes, he's a core. For him, you're going to drop it either way. But I would just want to do it for any single hero because Gamin Gladiators, what they need to be doing right now to stop the split push, to stop the constant pressure that is going to be going towards them and that is preventing them from getting any towers, it's by getting the heroes out of the map. It doesn't matter who it is, just put them down.
Yeah. How's Squadix looking? Going towards that BKB. He already has the phase boots as well as the Maelstrom. Dragon Knight, he did actually go back for that Wraith Band, so he does pick it up before the BKB comes out. Again, just that little bit, he'll get to jump in. I think he'll be able to get the revenge here, Bushwhack. He's going to be enough with the Sharpshooter. Sayush, easy setup there with the Dragon Tail to get the stun onto Quinn and getting that kill out now as well. Do they actually get the jump? Celery, you want to go for this 3 heroes around. Notice it's going to be the only one. Pit of Mars comes out. Wait for his team to back him up, but with that Nature's Grasp, I think the Dragon Knight might just be thinking twice.
You could see they didn't want to use the glimpse there. They didn't want to try to re-engage because you don't have a Pango. These 3 don't have damage, and that is the big thing for Virtus Pro. They should always keep it in mind. When the Pango is dead, Lina is not available, the enemies cannot fight us because they cannot kill us. There is just no way. Even if they combo all of their spells perfectly, it is a question if you're going to be getting kills.
Yeah, and Quinn's going to be down here now as well. Rolling Thunder wants to come through. Kinetic Field into the Glimpse. But again, it is on the Tiny. The Tiny, how's he looking? The toss comes out now as well. You can see the Ace has already got the Greaves. So he's going to be able to pop those. And Quinn, he's just hunted on this map. Takes down Ducalis. Really nice one here. But on the top lane, Krilliat, he sees this pressure onto the tier 1 and says, cool, we're going to go tier 2s. You try and stop us. I've got an army of Treants here to push out. You've only got 1.
What I'm not a fan is that Virtus Pro are not claiming the mid lane. Now they are, and this is where they should be playing. Mid lane is important. Get the vision from Gaming Gladiators down and make sure that you control the map. And we can see that the odds are still swinging towards the side of Gaming Gladiators. And if our viewers do want to use those, maybe they can click on the banner below. They can claim the $15 free if they are new.
Yeah, mid lane though, there's going to be the avalanche coming through here. Quinn Kinetic Field comes out onto the Dragon Knight, starting so going to be there as well. There's going to be a really nice shield crash. Yeah, they get the kill onto Noticed. He does go down, and now Sharpshooter comes out, but Sausch, he's going to be the next one to fall, and they don't get the kill. Tiny though, LSA is going to connect. He gets that avalanche off just before the LSA does connect. Sees the Serenity, but one more right click with the glimpse, it's going to be able to get the kill. And Duraccio gets it before the glimpse damage even comes out there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
The second that Virtus Pro are not poking, it is a problem. You constantly need to be poking. The second Gaming Gladiators come to the mid lane, you disperse, and that should be how they're playing. First of all, they're not poking, they're going for kills. Second of all, they're not constantly being in the mid lane, and that's why we're seeing that Gaming Gladiators can just with easy moves get this thing going their way. And this is now a problem, right? Because you won a couple of fights with Gaming Gladiators that probably shouldn't have happened at all.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, and with the double damage in here on Quinn as well, he's just going to be able to easily push out that tier 1 tower. Krillia, he's not looking towards a BKB. He's gone for the Gleipnir first, so some control to come out, but this is the thing with this item now that you've got to force. I think you've got to force a couple of fights before the BKBs come out from the side of Gaming Gladiators and look to take this advantage back, because Gaming Gladiators completely in the driver's seat, and you can see why they are the favorites at the minute. To just move themselves around in a gank squad and finding these pickoffs onto VP.
They're just moving around the map better currently.
Yeah.
They understand when they can go for kills. They understand when they can't. When the Pango is dead, they're just running away. When the Pango is ready, around him, they always play. So they're just playing good, clean, nice Dota. Nothing too flashy, but with clear understanding of what they need to do, despite the early game not going really well for them. But still, they do pull it back.
Yeah, and Ace, how is he looking here? Got himself those Greaves. Looks like it's going to be the pipe to come out next. And again, it's kind of the same problem. In fact, there's going to be the blink up now as well with that Dragon Tail stun. They get the kill onto the Disruptor and they go on Celery next. It's going to be a really nice overgrowth to come through, but I think the train, is he still dead? TP comes in from Krillia. What can he do against Quinn? And it looks like they might actually turn this around onto the Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet, he's not going to be able to get himself out of this one, surely, with the Pipe Mask going, the Rolling Thunder now as well. His teammates maybe looking to back him up, but no. Ember Spirit on that low ground though with the Sleight of Fist in, but Krillia just got locked down. And again, that's the issue with going for the Gleipnir before you get the BKB out. If you do join the fights, the amount of control on the side of Gaming Gladiators, they just wipe him out.
Virtus Pro don't have constant output of damage, and they don't have constant ability to kill people, right? You kill someone with a sharpshooter, the fight is over for you. You need to disperse, and they got baited in by the Treant getting low. But we can see how hard it is for them without the sharpshooter to go through the living armor. And yet again, they're gonna be baited into a fight. The second that the Pango joins the fight, it is just over.
Yeah, and you can see the difference again that the Dragon Knight wants to go towards the BKB, but because the Underlord already has those Greaves out, it's a lot easier for Gaming Gladiators to sustain in this fight. You know, you don't have that big panic heal coming out from the start of VP, and Ace, he's just like, okay, there's something on me I need to purge off, or my teammate's getting low. You'll have that quick heal, have the pipe as well. So the Ori utility coming out from Ace seems to be paying off a little bit more now that VP aren't getting aggressive onto the towers in this dragon form of the Dragon Knight.
It was always going to be hard once Ace gets to the point where he's very hard to kill. Right
Yeah.
now, even with the sharpshooter, it is a question if he drops down. And that's why he's playing the top lane, because Virtus Pro want to overtake the top lane, but they don't want to be fighting the Underlord.
Yeah, well, they might be forced into something. There's going to be another kinetic field to come through. Dakalis going to get himself away from this one. Quinn comes in with a swashbuckle, and Dakalis taking a lot of damage. Going to be glimpsed right back. And they get themselves another kill onto the Pangolier. So Pangolier, Quinn, even with the bad start that he had in the lane, just easy recovering. You can see that he's got the net worth. He got over 800 gold past this Ember Spirit now. And yeah, it looks like Duraccio, he's ready to come out and fight. He's got the BKB, he's got the Boots of Travel going towards the Gleipnir himself. And the difference in net worth, it's only 3k difference, but that's the difference between the go time of the Lina and Krilliat still looking for the farm.
It's a problem, because Nature's Prophet is naturally a fast farmer as well. He should probably be closer to the Lina currently. And now with the Lina being battle ready, you just walk into the pit, and if anyone runs into this Lina, she pops a BKB and rips them apart.
Yeah, and the Gleipnir's not going to be too far behind, so I'm thinking in the next, 5-6 minutes, yeah, even got a plan in now, so the Satanic team queued up, so in the next 5 or 6 minutes, this Lina is going to be absolutely unkillable.
Without BKBs, Virtus Pro can never play this game, right? They have to be using their 9-second BKBs so much in this game because you're playing into a Pit of Malice, Kinetic Field, and the Gleipnir. You're not going to move from that Pit of Malice. And guess what? You have an Ember Spirit. This hero kind of needs to move to do anything.
Yeah, and again, not a true frontline hero. Just likes to get in, get those sleight of fists, like you say. He needs to be constantly bursting around as well with the remnants flying through the fights. And at the minute, Gamin Gladiators, South, there is going to be smoke out from South into Kalos, maybe looking for a pick-off. And it's going to be the Lina with the Aegis. So do they have enough? No, the Gleipnir comes out. Avatar is going to be there with the Sharpshooter. But Doracho just pops the BKB. And now it's going to be turned around. That, again, the global presence with Ace, with this the rift in, and to get these fights out, it's just an instant reaction, and Doracho survives long enough with the BKB, and now they can just go push down this bottom lane as 3 heroes, and there's nothing that VP are going to be able to do about this. Even they're not even going to be able to get the disruptor low. They get the clean up onto Squadix, and Squadix doesn't have that BKB. Bonus back comes out onto Sayush, the damage coming through now as well into the Pit of Malice, and it looks like they get another kill onto, is that a Hex or was that the Piggy Pole there for Sayush? Piggy Pole. Okay, I was thinking it's a little bit early for the Hexes.
When you hear the squealing, it means that it's a Piggy Pole.
Okay.
They did change that one. It used to be the same sound for the Hex, but they switched it up a little bit. So I don't want to be a negative Nancy or something, but this is looking very much over. At least they might be not even close. Quinn is fine. This is looking like a major team versus a non-major team.
Yeah.
Gamin Gladiators are doing everything right.
And you see 1v1. God damn, the Lina just absolutely rips through him. And again, that's not even with the Satanic. That's just with the right-click damage to Gleipnir coming out. And Ace walking up to high ground. The Dragonite has to blink himself away. And yeah, you can see that Gamin Gladiators just a little bit. Oh, the Overgrowth comes out now as well. Trap
They're not
two.
done.
Could be the Dragonite. Yeah, do you think actually get the jump out? Sharpshooter with the Pit of Malice comes through here. The train taking a little bit of damage, but the glimpse back, and this is going to be the death of Sao. She goes down. No protection on Tiny. You got to run, boy. Get yourself away from this with the 4-staff. Celery doesn't actually have any lockdown, and Quinn can't get in range here with the Rolling Thunder. That Blink Dagger on cooldown.
I really like the way Ducalis ran there. When he got onto the high ground, he was running next to the stairs, parallel to them, because he understood that if he's being chased down, the Fango is going to be coming directly at him going forward, and then he would need some time to turn to the side. Obviously, nothing of this is going to change the current state of the game. Gamin Gladiators are controlling everything. They got all of the outer towers down, and with relative ease, just with 1-2 moves, being everywhere, using the Fiend's Gate to be anywhere on the map, and the Lina rotating, getting a solo kill on the Nature's Prophet, it's a problem, right? Still, Virtus Pro, their lineup, what's it good at? Split pushing. If they can't split push, this game is over. And it's looking like Gamin Gladiators, they have found a way to stop that.
Yeah, and you can see that the Lina so close to the full Satanic as well. It still has that Quelling Blade. And holding on to that, I guess, for the Sprout to come out. But at the minute, the Sprout's not really been too much of a threat here. You can see that Ducalis trying to look for those Tinker Wards in. But I mean, Doracho's just saying, okay, well, you put your wards there, we're going to take your triangle, we're going to take your base, and he looks for the push. LSA comes out onto the DK. Where's the follow going to come from? Because what actually wants to come in, Slotted Fist, Searing Chains comes through, but Lina still has that Aegis now for another minute and a half. So how do you actually, do they get the pop once? No, they don't. The toss actually back from Doracho. The Sharpshooter won't connect. Now the lockdown onto they get a kill onto the Tiny, and yeah, VP, they are losing this base. Rolling Thunder now as well, Squadix, but he still has to be careful about the right clicks. Doracho, he's putting up that damage, and he only just gets himself away from the Squadix as Gamin Gladiators, they look to continue pushing in. And again, yeah, I said 5 minutes ago, 5-6 minutes, that Lina, he was going to look unkillable. The Satanic comes out now for the Lina. That Aegis will be going away, but it doesn't even need that Silver Edge just yet. The damage coming through, he's going to be able to clean up onto these racks.
Yeah, it's looking very much over in this game, number one. Gamin Gladiators, good performance, good movement around the map, understanding of when they can fight. Even though Virtus Pro, I would argue that they got a little bit more in the laning phase than I thought, than maybe they should have. Got both of the towers down, and Gamin Gladiators, they couldn't really do much in defending tier 1s. They still hit their timings, and the game just ended.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get the jump in now, and that's going to be the Ember Spirit dead for the 50 seconds. And VP, they get a good jump, but the pipe comes out. The Greaves are still going to be there. Sharpshooter's not going to connect. And this one's just going to be GG. 25 minutes.
That was a good jump?
I mean, it was a good jump. The rest of it wasn't so good, but it was a good jump.
Okay. It was a good jump. He looked cool while doing it there on the DK, but definitely it didn't really wasn't really able to accomplish much. It's normal. You just went for the last hurrah, thinking that let's see just what we can do. But it is gonna be it in this game number 1. Really, not much to say here. Gamin Gladiators, they were a class above Virtus Pro in every single way.
Yeah, and like you said in the game, that was the difference between a major going team and a non-major going team, or a non-major quality team. But again, VP, all the players, I think all the players, I might just be grouping them all together, but a lot of the players here on the side of VP, young players, they can grow. You know, there is still time for them to develop.
I don't think they're that young that they can grow. Right?
Well, you know, yeah, you stick them in a plant pot, water them every day. You never know; they might sprout up. But
might.
Yeah, looking at the player comparison as well, you know, the difference in the damage coming out of the net worth from the two carries, you see the difference there. That, I mean, it was a leaner game. It was just a leaner game. That's what I'm going to say. VP, chins up, next one, just ban out the leaner.
Okay. I'm pretty sure that whichever hero Duraccio played, that the outcome probably would have been the same. Yeah. If, of course, you wouldn't have this amount of farm, maybe it wouldn't have ended at the exact same time. But overall, the outcome would be the same. The other 4 were doing the job. Duraccio, in the end, he just came there to claim all the glory.
Yeah, picking up that MVP with the 7 kills, a 14k down. I mean, it's still a lot of effort being put in by the Lina. And yeah, Gamin Gladiators just looked, after that landing stage where Quinn started to look for the rotates, look to, you know, get those ganks out, Gamin Gladiators just looked so comfortable. And again, it seemed like VP, the aggression that started off, it just didn't follow through. Maybe that was down to Gamin Gladiators, you know, shutting them down. But in this second game, what can VP do to try and force it to a 1-1, do you think?
I think you go for a lineup that has constant output of damage that can constantly fight. I think that's the smartest way to play against a team that is better than you. In terms of movements, you will lose. In terms of split push, you will lose. In terms of a fast communication, where to be around the map, you will lose. So the one thing you can do is that you can go all in terms of using your spells well, playing around them, trying to outplay them there. Because in that regard, in terms of clicking and micro management, that there shouldn't be a big difference between the players.
Yeah, guys, that is only game number 1. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the second game to see if VP can they even the score, or Gamin Gladiators is going to move them through here in the
Do you remember the TI-8 on the what do you
I
call
don't remember what I had for breakfast, so I definitely do not remember TI.
Anyways, the movie about the TI finals. So the OG picks a Tusk, and you know what the what FY says? You pick a Tusk into the Tusk King. Okay, if you dare. And I think Quinn is gonna be looking. You're picking a Lesh into the Lesh King. So I'm thinking that Quinn is gonna know how to play against this hero. Also, the entirety of Gamin Gladiators know how to play into a Lesh with a saving hero. They've played it so many times.
Yeah.
I think even in the previous Christmas show, they didn't play. They played Lesh with the Wisp in the DPC. They didn't play it with the Oracle. But I think in the Christmas show, they played it with the Oracle. So they now know how this kind of a lineup works.
Yeah,
Currently, though, they don't have a lot of works around it. Though I have to say that.
Well, we'll see. I mean, they do have this next pick here, so VP again going to be able to respond to the pick that comes out. And what do you still expect it to be the Nature's Prophet carry? Because it didn't really go all that well. Do you know maybe Krilliat opts for something different here, or will it still be that pos 1 Nature's Prophet? Do you think
He played it last time, and I think they have the last pick, so it would.
Yes.
We would have to see. Overall, it wouldn't be a bad off-lane Nature's Prophet pick. Just looking at the lanes. It just comes down to it. Do you think that there's something better that is going to allow you to slow down the Lina and actually enable the Nature's Prophet and the Lesh? But I wouldn't mind a Lesh Nature's Prophet core duo.
Okay, well, we'll see. The Monkey King actually gets the ban out here from Gaming Gladiators. So, VP, they have a lot of reserve time. If they want to take this next pick, really slow, this next ban really slow, really think about what they want to be picking up, they do have that time to do it. And coming through this lineup, again, what did they ban out? Actually ban out the Visage. So, taking out all of those push heroes.
Yeah, taking out aura heroes. That's I think the main thing here for Virtus Pro. They don't want Gaming Gladiators to have overwhelming sustain with which they can stand their ground, survive through the false promise, through everything, and then turn it around. So that's what you're gunning for. And these are those kind of heroes that you rally around with all of their auras, and then you just survive through everything.
Well, there it is. It is the Death Prophet to come out. So, still, I mean, you can still. I don't know. The Bat Rider, the Tusk, and the Death Prophet can all play in the same roles interchangeably. Maybe not the 4 for the Bat Rider, but these 3 heroes, looking at them, where would you expect them to line up?
Okay, so Lina is scary, but I would say I think it depends. I think it depends on what Virtus Pro pick. If no, it doesn't depend. This is a mid lane bat. You're not sending a bat versus a Oracle. You're not doing that to yourself. It would just end up in a disaster.
So you're looking at the off-lane Death Prophet and the position 4 Tusk here, which I suppose if you've got those Ice Shards, the Snowball, there's a lot of trap damage there that the Spirit Siphons should get off effectively in this lane. The amount of damage you're going to be doing with the Crypt Swarm as well, that is, to me at least, that is a decent kill lane to come out for the side of Gaming Gladiators here with the Tusk and the Death Prophet.
Yes, one bad move from the Oracle and he's dead. They do some magic damage, but it's going to be a maxed out tag team at some point. And then if you get the Oracle into the shards, you're just going to be smacking that hero down until it dies. It is actually quite an easy kill. It's usually what happens when you have these squishier supports against the Tusk. One of the reasons why he was picked up.
Okay, and so looking at this VP lineup here, with the one hero left to pick, now that they see all of Gaming Gladiators heroes, is there something that sticks out for you here for VP to pick up?
I wouldn't hate something like a Drow. Because there's not... Oh, actually, I would hate it against the Tusk. Scratch that. Oh, they are going to be playing a carry Nature's Prophet. This is going to be a tough lane for Virtus Pro. Their safe lane. Every single time you misstep, you could be going down.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's not a lot of save. I suppose you've got the... in the moment, there's not a lot of save. You've got some delays coming out with the Sprout here from Krilliat, trying to get yourself away from it. But I think the chase down potential from that Death Prophet from the Tusk, it is going to be overwhelming, I think, in the lane. And like you say, if they do step too far forwards, they could pay with their lives. So this second game here, straight back for Gaming Gladiators, do you think, to back in them?
Yeah, I mean it's an easy grab there. I'm just thinking how Virtus Pro want to play this game, and there are a couple of ideas that come to mind. So you picked up the Centaur, you want to have the burst damage necessary, so that once you jump in, one of the enemy heroes dies, and then you have the sustain and the constant damage output to really stand your ground. And I think that's what they're going to be gunning for. I just can't remember. They don't have a vision hero, but again, they do have some tower push on their side with the Lesh and with the Nature's Prophet. So yeah. But it's again the same thing. You're playing these heroes that rely a lot on positioning rather than on spell usage against the superior team, and I just don't like it. I don't think it's the right approach for a win. It might be a right approach to learn, on the other hand. So it's just what Virtus Pro, if they're gunning for a win here, or are they gunning to just try themselves out against the major team from another region?
Yeah, it is all good practice to come up with them here. And getting through again, Virtus Pro, they weren't at the tippy top of the table in the Eastern European region. They were sitting in that 4th place, which for a newly formed team, and not even just a couple of new players in, just a completely newly formed team here, it's not a bad showing for them. And if they do get something, information, practice, they're able to learn something about themselves and the team, how to play against these lineups. It isn't going to be all bad for them, even if they do go down to this Gamin Gladiators lineup. But Gamin Gladiators, for me, again, look way too strong in a minute. And the Lina, it's just, especially in the hands of someone that knows what they're doing. Gamin Gladiators, this lineup, to me, it just looks like it's going to be another rollover, I think.
Yeah, they in the DPC at the start they were constantly picking the Lina, until the hero started being banned out immediately. But considering that they're very strong in this IO Lesh, Lina did come through for them a lot of times. And considering how strong Western Europe is, and they are the 2nd in that region, only losing to Liquid, or being below Liquid, they did lose 2 of their series. They're looking really powerful with this hero in particular, but with any kind of lineup, actually.
Yeah, and we can see that the odds, they are not in VP's favor. It is going to go in the way of Gamin Gladiators here from Betboom. So, guys, if you want to get yourself a free $15 bet, you can click the banner below the stream, and that is available to all new customers. As it looks like Squadix on the Disco Pony. How is he going to start with this? Just wants to go straight towards those mana boots, which I see more and more. Yeah, the wand coming out, the mana boots coming out, and then you go for the bottle afterwards, up against the Bat Rider in the lane.
Okay, so Gamin Gladiators, they're wishing good luck to their enemies. This is a real nice move, and we can see that even Krillad, he does agree, he says admirable, and it really is there. It is quite dangerous, if your opponents are having good luck, it means that your fortune is bad, but it is just the true sportsmanship. We want to beat you at your best.
Yeah, and Sayush... no, Celery's going to be here now as well, so the push inside, she's going to be really careful, actually. Just because of the decay stacks, that LSA, the stun onto him, LSA is actually going to connect the chase down onto the Tiny. Tiny can get himself away from this one. It's going to be a lot of damage, but he should be fine with the boots. Chase down potential coming out from Celery, maybe another decay. But yeah, for the moment, you can see the Dracho, he's already peeling off. He's already looking to get back onto the creeps, get those blocks out, and pull that lane in as far in his favor as possible.
It is going to be noticed being really annoyed in this lane. Sayush, he's going to have to make something happen. 2 strength heroes against the Undying. It never ends well. So what you want to be doing here, you just want to be annoying the Centaur, and then trying to connect the waves when the Tiny is pulling it there to the side. Sayush, everything that the Centaur gets here in this lane is because he made it happen.
And you can see that Dracho looking in terms of the harass coming out, especially because it's going to be 2 melee heroes, not only strength heroes, but the melee heroes as well. 100% win rate. How do you argue with that?
You don't. I also like what he started off with. It's going to be the Blades of Attack. Yes, this is how you play the Lina against melee heroes. I was really sad that people weren't picking it up when they were playing the mid Lina against melee heroes. Just get that Blades of Attack. You're going to be making a Falcon Blade anyways. Come to the lane with it. The damage, it's actually insane. Not only for last hits, but also how much you're harassing these heroes.
Yeah, and like you say, it goes straight into that Falcon's Blade anyway. We saw it in the last game that he didn't even build into the boots. I think it was a similar build starting off with that Falcon's Blade. So the harass that you can get out, if you can get the positioning right, that the Centaur doesn't get right on top, get that hoof stomp out and get the double edge as well. But in the mid lane, how is Squadix looking? It's actually going to go for it looks like the boots before completing onto the magic wand.
Understandable. You want to have the movement speed on the Lesh. He's already a pretty fast hero, but you're up against the bat. You know, the only way that you lose this lane, like really lose it, is if you die. So you want to make sure that cannot really happen. It's not going to be constant sustain that keeps you alive. It's going to be the ability to keep yourself away from the bat.
Yeah, and let's see in terms of last hits how he's going to be able to do it against Quinn, because Quinn's looking all right. Already got that bottle out, going towards his own boots. And Celery on the top lane, those decays, you know, they are starting to stack up. He's taking a lot of damage himself, but he's looking for it with those mangoes, like all Undynes do, you know, trying to deal with the scurvy problem here. And Celery just going to be chugging those mangoes. Do you chug mangoes? I don't know, devour them, I guess, because you do eat them.
Yeah, I haven't eaten too many mangoes in my lifetime. I'd like to eat the fresh one, though. I haven't really traveled to any countries that do have them, and you know the ones that you have in stores. It's not really the same thing.
No, and well, maybe if we get on the road this year, though, you'll have the chance. But Krillia, 80% win rate on the Nature's Prophet.
It's not 100. It's just not 100.
Well, I mean, it was before that last game.
Yeah, maybe, you know, Krillat now, he's gonna be mad. Like, you destroyed my 100% win rate. Now, Duraccio, you're gonna be feeling the same way, broken and betrayed. So we'll see if he does manage to do it. He's starting off pretty nicely on this Nature's Prophet. He's crushing the lane.
Yeah, and again, the LSA connects onto the Centaur. The Centaur, every time he comes in for the last, it's, you know, he's got to be careful of that LSA coming through. Celery being able to rip away his health as well. And how does Duraccio, yeah, it is going to be the similar build. It looks like the Falcon's Blade into the Maelstrom coming out for the Lina. So the Lina looking to go full farm mode here. Not even worried about the boots. Not even worried about that the Centaur Stampede coming out and getting on top of the Lina. He's going to be away from the lane by the time that happens.
I'm surprised he didn't get boots because there's always a potential from a avalanche toss back, you know. But
yeah.
Okay, I guess he thinks that he can stand his ground, and he might not be the one that's being tossed back.
Nope. Avalanche comes through to follow up, and Celery, again, the decay stack, so he took a decent amount of damage. He's still going to be trooping at the minute. Again, mid lane. Oh, the bottom lane, they might actually be able to get the kill. They do. They take down the Oracle, and now the chase down. But again, you talked about it. You said that Oracle, if he makes a misstep in the lane, the damage that comes through, and in fact, you could see there that Tofu, he went for a point into the tag team and
2
not
points.
into the, I think, the ice shard to follow up.
He has ice shards and 2 points.
Oh, snowballs.
in the
Yeah,
tag
okay.
team, yeah.
So,
But yeah, that's what I even expected there to be more pressure in that lane even earlier. But now it really becomes a problem with level 2 tag team. That is when the damage really ramps up.
yeah, the chase down there as well. The slowdowns from the Spirit Siphon as well as that. The tag team, again, even though it is 2 ranged heroes, like you say, just any missteps, it is going to cost them their lives. And nothing short of it, because Gamin Gladiators, they want to get aggressive in that lane, right? They want to force out the Nature's Prophet so they can get the Exorcism off and look to take down that early tier 1 tower.
Rob, Spirit Siphon doesn't slow any longer. But no one
Well,
it's fine. No one
It's
hurt.
fine.
It is,
And that's why I'm the play-by-play and you're the analyst.
True. But it's, you know, I don't really see it because people just run into the Death Prophet, so everyone wants to kill her, and then it doesn't really matter if it slows or not because you know, everyone is still gonna be right next to her, so it's really not that big of a deal. It used to be really strong when it slowed down, especially in the later portions of the game before the patch came out when it was percentage based, and then in the late game it was very strong.
Yeah, and you see it. I mean, Tofu's going to be taking some damage from that, but overall, he looks like he's going to be fine. How's Quinn doing in terms of last hits? He's a little behind the Lesh, but we saw in that last game, a little behind doesn't mean that he's down and out. You know, he's more than capable of finding a rotation, finding a pick-off. And I've been really critical of the bat picks in the last 6 weeks since Division 1 started, I guess. But, you know, if someone's going to make it happen, you know, Quinn, he does seem to be able to get those rotations off. So it's not a complete failure every time the bat comes out. There are some players that make it work, and, you know, Quinn, probably one of those players feeling comfortable on the bat.
Seush, nicely done there. Nice usage of the Avalanche, and he also secures himself a bounty rune. That's pretty nice. Some extra gold is always going to be good. And Virtus Pro, again, doing well in the laning phase. This is actually quite nice. You know, they're showing that when it comes to spell usage, laning, they are actually on par with these major players. So just think about your movements a little bit. It is going to take some time, but you do have the potential. You do have the skill.
Yeah, and Notice now as well, he's going to have that Ring of Health. He's going to be looking all right on the Centaur in this lane. Okay, he's down low on the net worth, but he's not too far behind everyone, barring maybe the Lesh. And the Lesh looking to push in this mid tier 1 here now as well, with the 2 points into the Diabolic Edict, forcing out the fortification. So let's see how Gamin Gladiators, 2 heroes in this mid lane, how they're going to respond to this.
It's hard to push in, right? 2 points in Edict also. You don't really want to be committing all that much. And Oracle isn't level 4, so you don't have that Fate's Edict to protect you.
Yeah, Goyat's going to be taking a lot of damage here on the bottom lane. Crypt Swarm comes through.
Boom.
From the grave?
Yeah.
Death Prophet, not seeing that one coming there. Really, I mean, okay, he lost his life, but it was a really good response.
Mother Nature always comes to haunt you, right? So you kill one of its servants, and then she will come back for you. That's exactly what happened to the Death Prophet there.
Yeah, and again, the timing on that, maybe a little bit longer than Krilliat wanted, but in the end, he does get the kill. No experience from it, though. That's going to be the kicker there for the Nature's Prophet.
You're not going to be feeling too good about it, but it's not the worst thing in the world. You got your ulti out, you got a kill, you probably got a couple of creeps as well, so your net worth all in all isn't going to be suffering. The problem is that now you can be taken down by the Tusk, so you would much rather play with another core, and he's going to be coming with Notice to make sure that this tower takes a lot of damage and maybe even dies.
Yeah, Stomp comes out here onto the Undying. Double Edge going to be used now as well with the Sprout coming through. Celery trying to do his best.
Help is
Tombstone
coming.
does get dropped, but then another Avalanche. Quinn though on the back lines. Does he try and go for that lasso of the back rider? He's just going to try and take him down with the right click as well as a stick napalm.
No
Another
need.
Laguna Blade. Thrachio gets the kill. Doesn't even need that lasso. He's not going to have the mana for it now as well, so it's a good job he doesn't need it. Toss comes out with the chase on Sage. Was that LSA, the down to right click. Even Squaddy's going to rotate up here, so the Disco Pony, he's going to be flashing those lights, but it looks like the kills all go in the way of Gamin Gladiators.
While all this was happening, behind the tier 1 there, almost close to the tier 2, the Tusk and the DP were killing a Oracle as well. And with them pushing so hard there in that lane, pulling the creeps away, they are going to be able to secure the tower. So it's not that Gamin Gladiators only defended the top lane. They also kind of took the entirety of the bottom lane to go their way. And this all happened, Virtus Pro, they were greedy, right? They wanted a kill on top of the tower. They probably could have stood their ground, but they just went a little bit too deep. And that is the thing, their lineup, until they get blinks, they're not good at running forward.
Yeah, and it's going to be, the Exorcism wasn't even used there as well, so it's going to be open for Gamin Gladiators. If they do get another quick fight out, maybe a couple of pickoffs, they could potentially look to force out another towers, maybe even force themselves into the Roach Pit if they want to there as well.
We'll see if they are going to be doing something like that. Before you take down the mid lane tower, though, it's going to be quite tough. Noticed, you better run super fast. Oh man, that hurt.
That really did hurt, yeah, close to death. One more Dragon Slave, one more right click probably would have been enough, but Lena just not able to get in range. And once that Stampede, I mean, the thing is, that is going to be a defensive Stampede to come out. Yeah, Ace with the Exorcism now, so the fortification was off. They're going to be able to take down this tier 1 tower. Ice Shards comes through. They might be able to get another kill onto the Oracle. And again, the Oracle is only going to be level 5. So, Ducalis, he falls. Tombstone got dropped there. But the Oracle got dropped even further into the ground. And all of a sudden, Gamin Gladiators looking to take control of this mid lane now as well.
Very nice timing on the Crypt Swarm on Ace there. So, the millisecond the Fate's Edict expired, the Crypt Swarm connected. If he messed that one up, he actually... Maybe they don't even get the kill on the Oracle, so this is going to be a nice bonus kill.
Yeah, it looks like the dive comes in. Quinn, he commits, he gets that lasso off, and he takes down the Centaur. And he's even going to be able to get himself over. The tower goes down, so he doesn't get the deny there, but still getting himself back. The Firefly coming through here. Really nice kill onto the Centaur. And I don't even know if he's completed out the Vanguard.
You saw their... they are going to be going for the Nature's Prophet. This is really bad if he dies. Oh, he's fine.
Oh, close. So close, but the TP just in time and nothing to delay that.
I don't know if you saw how our observer moved the camera away from the Centaur. He's like, look away, kids, 18 plus. It's not going well. Gamin Gladiators, they're playing with their food. Noticed he has to run away again. At least in 4 seconds, he's gonna have the Stampede yet again. But every single lane, Gamin Gladiators are applying pressure. If you're a Centaur, you need that blink, right? Virtus Pro needs the blink. If they cannot make a play, the game is just going to be over. This lineup doesn't do well if they're running from the enemies. You have to be able to smoke. You have to be able to jump in, kill a hero, and get to a tower where you're going to stand. Of course, until you have a level 6 on the Oracle, none of it works. But Level 6 on the Oracle, Blink Dagger on the Centaur, and you have to go.
Yeah, they do pick up the ultimate now on the Oracle, so that is going to be available for the next gank, the next fight, the next rotation from either side. But you can see that, I mean, Batrider is going to go straight towards that BKB. He's going to have the lasso for the next 30 seconds now as well. Net worth-wise, 2 of the 3 cores, in fact, 3 of the 3 cores, all now going the way of Gamin Gladiators.
They are...
Hand of Midas got used, so that's cheating from the Nature's Prophet, but you can see that even with that Hand of Midas, the Gamin Gladiators are keeping it close. Ice shards fly through, Saish, but Squadix is going to be here. What can they do? Avalanche coming out. Batrider might just try and flap his wings, get himself away from this one. Chase down now as well. The Oracle going to be taking out a lot of damage.
It's fine.
Get the kill onto the Batrider, but the Stampede, he turns this one around. Snowball, what else can they do with this? Celery with the Flesh Golem. Snowball over the high ground onto the Oracle, though. Ducalis. He ultimates himself, and Sausch is going to be close. He goes down. Celery gets that kill. One more right click. I don't think the Oracle survives that. He absolutely doesn't. He pops like a balloon after the False Promise wears off. They even get the kill onto the Nature's Prophet. And with that Exorcism going once again, they can put pressure onto this mid lane, but Squadix trying to do his best. Snowball comes out, keeps the Tusk alive.
Yeah, Virtus Pro are behind. That's just the case there. They actually had a nice way of going in, but because you're behind, once the Exorcism is out there, you have to bail. And the second you start running away, it is a problem for this type of lineup.
Lasso comes out. Centaur, he knows this is useless. He was just trying last-ditch attempt, and a really good group up there to get the kill onto the Centaur.
What you're doing with the TP is that you're forcing out the lasso. You know that you're dead either way, and you don't want to go down without at least forcing the cooldown. So, you get the best out of a bad situation.
Oh, the best out of a bat situation. Smoke out from VP. We'll just move quickly on. Yeah, smoke out from VP. They're looking to hunt, but I mean, the Lina going to be the closest one too. But again, the protection coming out. The Undyne is close. I don't know if it'd be close enough to save that Lina if there was a rotation in, but not spotted out. So it looks like just going to be able to get himself back towards that tier 1 tower.
I'm a bigger fan of dad jokes, man. I've been watching that new show, The Last of Us, and there's like, what do you call a siren? What does a siren wear to a math class? An algebra.
Okay. So some mild show spoilers, but we'll let it off as Squadix this time. Can he get himself away? No, he can't, and now they might even be able to go into Ducalis, and Ducalis, he might try and run himself away from us, try and pop that ult, keep himself alive maybe, but with 4 heroes chasing him down, it'd just be a waste of, wasting Gamin Gladiators time. He's not even going to use it. And Hurry, how warm is a janitor's closet?
We are stopping right now. We are stopping. I can't take it. I'm just...
It's broom temperature.
Okay, now we're done. I promise to the viewers that we are freaking done. Yes, we are old, and but this is looking very bad for Virtus Pro. So hopefully, if they can hear our jokes, they're gonna be having a smile on their faces while they're being absolutely demolished, because this is what is happening right now. When you look at all of the lanes and all of them are pushing towards you, you're this far behind. You don't have any items that are gonna allow you to jump in and to get a kill, and you actually are very good at taking down towers and pushing out the waves, and all of the waves in your face. That means that something is going terribly wrong.
Yeah, and if they're going to jump, there's going to be the toss back here onto the Undyne. Undyne might go down. He will go down eventually. Celery trying to heal himself up, but they might be able to fight into this. The LSA doesn't connect with us. That chase down Sausch to be able to get himself away from this one. The silence does come out from the Death Prophet. And guys, don't forget the odds. Well, in Gamin Gladiators' favor, if you only get yourself a free $15 bet, you can get it on the banner below the stream as the chase down comes out here. Jump out. Do they get themselves away? Because there is no Stampede now. So the chase is on Flamebreak. It pushes back onto the Oracle. Oracle trying to keep himself alive for as long as possible. Quinn still gets that kill. Now the Stampede comes out, but can they follow up Sausch? He's going to be close. Sticky Napalm noticed in the river. Can he get himself away from this? The Avalanche, it does actually connect onto the Death Prophet, but Tumblr's Toy, the LSA is going to connect. They're going to be able to get the kill onto Sausch. Really nice little Tumblr's Toy there for the jump in to connect onto that LSA.
That is the thing. Gaming Gladiators heroes are very annoying when they chase you. They do have a lot of movement speed, especially once the Exorcism is out and the Firefly, and they can run you down. And Virtus Pro, when they don't have the Stampede, their ability to run is non-existent. The mobility of their heroes is really, really bad. And what they're good at is standing their ground. If you can't stand your ground, you cannot play the game. And that is exactly what's happening here.
Yeah, the root comes out onto the Undying. 4 heroes grouping up around this, but the LSA is going to connect onto the Lesh and get themselves away Split Earth. Even going to go for the Sprout, so they're going to be able to get another pick onto the Undying. Not really living up to his name here, but it's still going to be all of this committed just to get a kill onto the position 5.
And they go for a smoke. While someone is dead, you need to continue getting kills. When you are in this kind of situation in Dota, it always has to be snowballing from one part of the map to the other. Of course, because if the enemies are super farmed, they're going to be feeling confident, and there is a chance that they make mistakes.
Yeah, and the chase out now as well. Lina actually stops to farm the Ancients, was that LSA, so they're going to use the Stomp, comes in. They're going to be able to get the kill. They will be able to get the kill, taking him down. Saush claiming that one, so it's going to be nice, yeah, to take him down. 40 seconds where the Nature's Prophet's going to find that space to be able to try and catch up in terms of net worth.
You shouldn't stop. The Oracle can stay around the Lesh, but you shouldn't stop with your ganking heroes. You need to be able to apply pressure on Gaming Gladiators so that they are around the mid lane so that you can push out the side lanes. I like this. They did force Gaming Gladiators to TP to the mid, then you disperse, and now, once the Lina is back, all their lanes are going to be towards them, and you can go and make a play. Virtus Pro, a nice sequence of events there for them to get to a situation where you can go for a potential comeback.
Yep, Quinn, he's looking for, well, he's bottled that illusion rune. He's got himself no blink dagger here, so he's just looking for the chase down with the sticky napalm to come out. Do they get in range? Cyrus, she's going to try and go. Does he use the Avalanche? Flame Break comes out. Avalanche is going to be used, but it's not going to be able to keep the Bat Rider away as he closes that gap there with the lasso and gets another kill on the board.
You can see that he knows what he's doing on the bat there. Sometimes you're just going to get tunnel vision and you're going to start clicking the lasso. You're not going to be getting too close. Lasso has very small range, and then you won't get the kill. But with the flame break, you get him close enough so that you can connect the lasso before the TP does come through.
Yeah, and Death Prophet with the Greaves, so that's extra sustain. That 4 staff's going to be nice for the Death Prophet as well. Going to actually go towards the Halberd, so stopping the majority of the damage, I guess, from the Nature's Prophet. That's going to be for if he does carry on going towards it.
Yes, what you're doing in this one is that with the 4 staff, you get yourself away from the magical damage or your teammates, and then you just have one source of damage being the Nature's Prophet.
Oh, Krill, yeah. Snowball here now as well. Flame Break, no lasso just yet, but the damage, they might still be able to get the kill. Yeah, they get the save out. He's backing himself away now. The root, the stomp. Did he get the kill into the Bat Rider? Quinn? Well, not with that, the Soul Rip coming out now as well as the Tombstone being dropped. So the illusions from the Bat Rider. Ducalis, he came back into this. It's going to cost him his life.
You know that the Oracle is panicking when he uses the Fate's Edict first and then the ulti, because the ulti purges you off, and it does purge off the Fate's Edict as well. So you can't really heal him properly there with the Purifying Flames. And that just goes to show you're panicking, right? You're just clicking all of the spells. I need to save him. No, I need to save him even more. And that is how it ends up in the end.
They come right back in. Snowball, the Flame Break coming out. Firefly this time. Will it be enough to get the kill? It will be. Saush, he is going to go down here. 3-man or 2-man gang squad and Celery. Just the cheerleader from the sidelines. But they even took the Roshan from this as well. And it looks like, I mean, in the last game, they lasted for 25 minutes. And VP, it's kind of back on track for this time as well in the second game.
It is looking that way, really. Right, it's... Gaming Gladiators this time around, they have a much more aggressive lineup in terms of running towards the enemies because they have this Tusk, right? And then they are able to make plays. That is why they're getting so many kills and just crushing it.
Yep, Laguna Blade comes out. Squadix, he's going to go right back into his box.
Duraccio told you. He told you not to let him have the Lina, but you didn't listen.
Yeah, Ducalis chased down now as well. Quinn wants to be coming into this with Stick Napalm, the blink in, the Walrus Punch comes out, and again, Ducalis will go down. So, Gamin Gladiators, just a 2-man gang squad, and Celery, he's there for good luck, but the Bat Rider and the Tusk getting really dangerous. I mean, getting really dangerous. They've been dangerous all game, but showing what they can do as just this 2-man gang squad.
Oh, 5 to 20. And an 11k Goldie, 11 minutes in. Lina is alone in the mid lane. And VP, this is the time where you have to react. You know that heroes are on the other side of the map, and they will go in.
Yeah, they're going to try it, but again, there's still going to be that Aegis now as well. Stampede's going to be used. The Sprout comes out. Daraccio here. Squadix on the high ground. LSA is going to connect, and Daraccio just goes for the right click. The ultimate, it might be enough to keep him alive for a little bit longer, but the damage, it still should be stacking up. And Daraccio, Squadix, he's going to pop. As soon as this wears off, yeah, Daraccio's still going to be able to claim this kill. They do take down the Aegis, but what else can they get with this? Walrus Punch comes out. He has to use the BKB. They're going to be going to the Oracle now as well. Oracle can get himself away from this. The chase down is on. The sound comes through, and Ducalis, yeah, he's going to go down. No way he gets out alive.
Can you imagine how much damage? Oh, he's gonna break the TP. Notice. Okay, that's a brave boy.
Yeah, more pain in the ass than anything. So, you know, Daraccio says, cool, we'll just still stack up. We're going to go into your base. You wanted us here. We're going to stick here. And we're going to dive right through behind the tier 4s. Goliath can get himself away from this one. One more right click. Is he going to be able to keep him alive? The Oracle just in time with that buyback now as well. Quinn is in no man's land. He gives up his life, or does he buy time and space to take down this tier 2 for the rest of his team?
I think Quinn was too deep there.
So no 5D, you know, massive, whatever it is, plays coming out from Quinn. It was just a bit of a dive.
Wait. I will find it. So that was a really good play coming out from Quinn because he created space there for his Lina to take down the mid tier 2, and they didn't have any tier 2 towers taken down, so immediately they could open up the outpost for themselves. Does that sound better?
Yeah, okay, yeah, that sounds a little bit better.
Okay. Virtus Pro, they have to be using all of their smokes to go forward, but what they're trying to do now is bait in the mid lane, and it just doesn't work because Gamin Gladiators, first, they're playing faster, second, they're very strong currently on the map, and their burst damage potential is insane.
Yeah, and you can see that the space and time they're moving around. Notice gets himself a double stomp. Where's this follow going to come from? No, there is no more Aegis, but the LSA is going to connect. Stampede comes through. Daraccio, he gets the kill onto Notice, but it looks like Krilliak can get himself a double here now as well. The Tombstone is going to be dropped. Celery can get himself away from this. The trees, it breaks, it gets the vision. Ducalis looking for TP back. He might just survive.
Very fire?
They do. They both get out.
Usually when you're in that kind of situation with an Oracle, you buy a Fairy Fire, but he probably thought, okay, these zombies, they're just not doing enough damage to kill me. Usually you buy a Fairy Fire in that situation because you know that you might die, and the extra 150 HP is going to help. Sorry, what is it's 85, so it's 170. The Oracle ulti does give you the double heal.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, he 100% calculated. He knew. He was like, yeah, I'll be fine. It'll be fine.
It used to be Oracles would buy a salve in those situations, but salves used to heal you much faster. And then you have like 2 seconds left on the ulti with the salve, and then you just don't heal enough Squadix. And they kill him. Okay, with the Lina they can.
Yeah, the Glemir comes through. Squadix, the Laguna Blade's even going to be committed there. They get the kill. Oracle's going to go down as a nice little Brucey bonus. Regen rune there as well. They have that Exorcism up still. Where can they go with this? In fact, that tier 1 tower on the top lane may be looking pretty tasty here for Gamin Gladiators.
I like how, Dota pretty much shows you the real world as well there. You know, this guy's going to be holding your hand until shit hits the fan, right? And then Oracle just forces himself to the low ground while his Lesh is dying. Like, I got you, bro. I got you. I have my Fate's Edict. I'm going to save you. I'm out. He does get taken down as well, so he's going to be dead for quite a long time considering he bought back last time.
Yeah, it's not great for the side of VP. 27-8 here and a 16k net worth. Like you say, that Oracle already using the buyback to try and save his teammates in the fountain dive. What was it, about 20 minutes? So pre-25-minute fountain dive coming out from Gamin Gladiators, and they have to forcing up buybacks. And this tier 2 tower, Exorcism again, still there. Let's see what Gamin Gladiators want to do, because the Roche not going to be up for over 2 minutes here, at least 2 minutes on the board for the big man.
Squadix is coming over. I have to say, it's a stretch, but as long as Virtus Pro are able to push out at least one lane, they have the ability to make plays and play Dota.
Yeah, the Sounds comes in though, the toss into the split earth, but there's going to be the force up away from Ace, and now they're going to go even further. Stampede's going to be used to dive in, the Walrus Punch comes out, they're going to be able to get the lockdown. Squadix, can he get himself away from this one? Even with the Oracle ulti going, I think he might still go down. Is he going to be able to pop the Lash? He might just survive through this, and it wears off. Well, not if Ace has anything to say from it. One more right click, and Ace gets himself the double. Might even be able to get himself in for more. 4 are down. The GG is going to be called, and again, well, they lasted 30 seconds, maybe 10, 15 seconds longer in the second game. But in the end, Gamin Gladiators right out on top, 31-8.
I don't think Virtus Pro should be too mad about this one. You met against an overwhelming force. They're just better than you currently. And, you know, you can look at the replays, not really to see what could we have done better, but just to look how Gamin Gladiators moved and why it seemed like they were everywhere on the map. Because when you play against a team that's much better than you, it sometimes seems like they're TPing next to you. That's how it feels. And this is how Virtus Pro felt in the entire series. You just don't get to do anything in this game. The enemies are everywhere, and they're just killing you with ease.
And again, anything that stands out to you here in the player comparison?
I mean, what can really stand out? Tofu is using the Philosopher's Stone, even with the tusk, so he doesn't care about the damage of the Walrus Punch. He only cares about money.
Yeah, 4-0-4 there as well for the tusk. So getting himself around, finding some really good pickoffs, and like you say, stacking up that money for the blink. At this point, we've got to ban the Lina MVPs. It's just cheating. Doraccio, yes, again, probably well-deserved. But at this point, is anyone surprised? Hands up? Anybody? Nobody? No, didn't think so. Yeah, it's just... what else can you say about that Lina pick? It was a Lina pick, and it did its job.
Yeah, it really did. You know, you wait, you farm a little bit, your team is winning even without you, and then when you come over, it's just way too easy to bring down the